Let's take our respective seats. I believe we're still waiting for a few people to come, especially the important departments, the DOF and the BIR. So we'll give them maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and then we can proceed. First and foremost, let me greet everyone a happy new year. I hope you had a pleasant vacation
Recording in
last
progress.
December. And before we continue, let me direct the committee secretary to acknowledge the resource persons.
Good morning, Your Honor. For today's public hearing on the resolutions on illicit trade, we have the following resource persons. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Deputy Commissioner Larry M. Barcelo and Mr. Dondanon Galera. From the Bureau of Customs, we have Assistant Commissioner Attorney Vincent Philip C. Maronilla. From the Philippine Statistics Authority, we have Ms. Rachel C. Laksa. From the Department of Health, we have Undersecretary Kenneth Ronquillo, Director Lester M. Tan. From the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Director Marcus N. Valdez II. From the National Bureau of Investigation, we have Attorney Terrence Villagustin and Supervising Agent Jerry M. Perdido. From the Philippine National Police, we have Colonel Pablito Diaz Mod Jr. and Colonel Raniel M. Valones. From the Philippine Tobacco Institute, we have former Congressman Jericho Jonas Nograles. From PMFTC Incorporated, we have Mr. Heis De Best and Attorney Chita Erce. From JT International Incorporated, we have Mr. Guilherme Silva and Mr. Robert Eugenio. From Associated Anglo-American Tobacco Corporation, we have Mr. Blake Clinton YD. From Indigo Distribution Corporation, we have Mr. Wally S. Chamsay. From the Federation of Philippine Industries, we have Mr. Jesus Lim Aranza. And from Minimal Government Thinkers, we have Mr. Bienvenido S. Oplas Jr. That will be all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Committee Secretary. And once again, thank you very much for your participation and your presence here in this committee hearing. And let me start off with a brief opening statement. For the record, I don't smoke. I also don't use vapor products or heated tobacco products. In fact, I run every single day for 30 minutes. So just goes to show that I care for my health and my well-being. But as a chairman of the Committee on Ways and Means, my job is to look for revenue for government. And I'm tasked with the responsibility of making sure that there are new revenue streams for government so that we can pay for schools, for education, for infrastructure, or address gaps in our laws that create leakages in our collection. So today, we will be talking about those gaps and leakages. And with that, I filed Senate Resolution 1243, entitled A Resolution Directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the foregone tax revenue as a result of smuggling and illicit trade of excisable products. And when they say excisable products, there are numerous excisable products by law or through law. Number one is alcohol. Number two is petroleum. Number three, tobacco and vapor products. Number four, automobiles. Number five, non-essential services. For example, invasive cosmetic procedure and body enhancements. Number six, non-essential goods. For example, jewelry. Number seven, sugar sweetened beverage. And number eight, mineral products. So those are the items or products that are being imposed excise taxes. But today, for today's hearing, we'll be focusing on 5 products. Namely tobacco products, heated tobacco products, or HTPs for short, vapor products, cigars, and cigarettes. And based on our consultation and information, these products are experiencing high level of illicit trade. And as we all know, illicit trade goes under the radar of any government regulation or any government enforcement agency. And that creates a lot of health problems as well as foregone revenue or leakage in our revenue collection. So we want to focus on that. for today's hearing, but we will expand the hearing to the other products as we go along. So today, like I said, we'll be focusing on tobacco products and tobacco-related products. And we want to capture in today's hearing the leakages that is the leakages that is happening in our shores because of illicit trade. And we also want to hear from our resource persons solutions and ways forward in order to address these leakages in foregone revenues and also to address illicit trade. With that, we will start off with a snapshot on where we are in terms of excise tax collection. And we want to start off with our government agencies, namely the DOF/BIR, just to give us a snapshot on how much excise tax are we collecting in relation to these products, and also what are their analysis, because we also saw that collection in relation to excise tax on tobacco products has been going down for the last 2 years. So we want to also understand from the BIR their analysis on why this phenomenon on going down, or this decreasing trend in terms of revenue. So we call on Deputy Commissioner Larry Barcelo for the BIR's presentation, and after that, we'll call on the Bureau of Customs, being another revenue collecting agency. And once the DOF arrives, we'll also request the DOF to give us their presentation.
Good morning, Your Honors, and to all other resource speakers. We actually submitted the requested data information to the committee, Your Honor, about the collections, the excise tax collections on tobacco products, vapor products, and other heated tobacco products. And I will request my colleague, Etzrea Dondon Galera, of the Excise Large Taxpayer Service, to provide the details on the data, Your Honor, especially on the collections of excise tax on these products. Sir Don.
We recognize Mr. Galera.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to all attendees here. For the excise tax collections from 2010 to 2024, it was attached in our reply as Annex A. For 2010, the collection is 31 billion. In 2011, it's 25.9 billion. In 2012, it's 32.7 billion. In 2013, it's 69.7 billion. In 2014, it's 82.7 billion. In 2015, it's 99.5. In 2016, it's 99.5. 2017, there's an uptick. The collection is 125.9 billion. In 2018, it increased to 136.03 billion. In 2019, it's 147.45 billion. In 2020, it's 149.7 billion. In 2021, it's 176.48 billion. In 2022, it's 160.4 billion. In 2023, it's 134.91 billion. So there is a decrease. And in 2024, the tentative collection as of December is 134 billion, Your Honor.
This includes tobacco, heated tobacco products, as well as vapor products.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, these are just the products that I mentioned in during my opening speech.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have any analysis? Because this is also the trend we saw that starting from 2021 or starting from 2022, revenue has been decreasing for the last since 2022. So any analysis from the BIR on why revenue has been decreasing?
One of the reasons why there was a decrease from excise to tax collection is the change in consumption pattern of those who smokers from using the traditional tobacco or cigarette to vape. And this was shown in a survey conducted by FNRI. And another one is, of course, illicit trade, Your Honor. Those are the main reasons why there is a decrease from the collection of excise taxes from these products, Your Honor, particularly cigarettes, Your Honor.
Have you so the BIR have detected illicit trade happening in our country and concluded that one of the reasons for the decline in revenues is due to illicit trade. Aside from what you said, no, shift in consumption pattern and the other researches by FNRI. But illicit trade is a major component.
This is one of our observations, Your Honor.
And go ahead.
Actually, we've conducted a lot of enforcement activities starting 2022, Your Honor, up to last year, Your Honor. And there were, we've conducted a lot of enforcement activities, Your Honor, against this illicit trade, cigarettes and vapor products.
Let's break it down one by one. Director Don,
Yes, Your Honor.
for illicit trade, how much illicit trade or what's the universe of illicit trade have you estimated? I know it's a very difficult question to answer. No? There's no, it's illicit trade. It goes under the radar. But there must be some estimates or some science in terms of estimating how much illicit trade is happening in our country from the point of view of our tax authority, and how much foregone revenue have you estimated because of this illicit trade?
From the part of the BIR, Your Honor, we do not have an official data on this aspect, Your Honor.
But do you have any estimates?
What we have, Your Honor, is yung mga nahuli lang namin, Your Honor. Yung dami ng nahuli namin, cigarettes and vapor products.
And how many I know that the BIR, I see in the news reports. In fact, I have a summary of the news reports. How many, just on 2024 alone, how many enforcement activities have you conducted?
It is attached in Annex C in our reply, Your Honor. In 2024, Your Honor, we've conducted 141 enforcement activities against vapor products, and we have raided large-scale manufacturers of illicit cigarettes. One in Clark and in Bulacan, and another one in Cabanatuan, Your Honor.
So here on our screen, from January to September 2024, the total number of enforcement activities amounts to 141.
Yes, Your Honor.
times or 141 reads. Tama ba? Can I call that reads?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then for October to November, another 847. Is that correct?
Uh, this was because in starting October to October, Your Honor, we have conducted weekly visitation on retailers of vapor products, Your Honor.
Ah, okay.
And
These
it
are
was counted.
visitation.
Yes, Your
But
Honor.
only raids. How many raids have you for January to September is 141 raids yan, di ba?
Yes,
These
Your
are
Honor.
the raids that you have conducted. But for October, November 2024, the 847 includes the raids or just visitation activities?
Visitation activities, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's only
For retailers of vapor products, Your Honor.
so, but even in just for 2024, 1 year alone, less than a year actually, you conducted 141 raids.
Most of these, Your Honor, are against vapor products, but we've conducted large-scale raids in Clark, Pampanga, and one in Bulacan, and another one in Cabanatuan, Your Honor.
Okay, but if you can see the trend, if this presentation is accurate, 2022, there's one raid. 2023, there's 31 raid, and then just for 2024 last year, the raids increased almost five-folds.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this an indication that illicit trade is flourishing for both vapor products and also cigarette products?
Based on observation, Your Honor, yes, Your Honor.
So they're becoming more brazen, in other words.
Based on our observations, Your Honor, they even use online platforms before, Your Honor, during these years.
To harapan in pagbebenta, in other words.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So hindi sila natatakot sa gobyerno. Tama ba, Director? No, because if you look at the numbers, just 1 year alone, it decreased almost five-fold.
Ganun na nga po siguro, Your Honor.
Okay. And how many of these 141 are vapor products and how many of that are cigarette products?
The one we've presented, Your Honor, is just for vapor products, Your Honor. The 141. And the ones I mentioned, the 3 raids that we've conducted, it's against illicit cigarette, Your Honor. In the presentation, Your Honor, it's only about vapor products.
This
Your
is only for vapor.
Yes, Your Honor.
So you add how many raids have you conducted for cigarettes?
For cigarettes, Your Honor, we've done 1, 2, 3, Your Honor. One in Clark, Pampanga, in Bulacan, and then in Cabanatuan City, Your Honor. These are manufacturers, Your Honor.
Okay. And in terms of, so for 141 plus 3.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but I'm sure the value is much different, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
3 might be in terms of value might surpass the 141, no? I think.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'll go to that. How much is the value of that 141? How much the value of the products and how much is supposed to be the taxes that they should be paying in terms of excise lang tayo muna.
Yes, Your Honor.
So
For
that is
2024, Your Honor, for vapor products, Your Honor, it's 64,164,000. Yung basic tax supposedly coming from this illicit vapor products, Your Honor. For cigarette, Your Honor, as of November 30, 2024, sa 2024 lang, Your Honor, it's 342 million 407,000 pesos, Your Honor.
So let me just clarify. The 141, the equivalent in terms of tax due is
64, Your Honor.
64 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
But the three raids that you conducted
It's
for cigarettes
342, Your Honor.
is 342 million
Yes, Your Honor.
in terms of tax due. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is excise.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So this is only for we're talking about only for 1 year. In fact, if can you flash this? We compiled just in 2020 2024 alone. Can you flash this? We have a compilation of this is just for news reports, no? And just for 2024 alone, the value of articles seized by the different enforcement agencies, for example, the BOC, the BIR, even the PNP, amounts to 85.2 billion pesos. No? I'll just flash this in a while. No? So in other words, this is just purely on news reports. We just compiled it, we compute the value. Just on the value of, just on the raids conducted through news reports, it's already 85.2 billion pesos in terms of value of products. Of course, that's not the same with the tax amount that you should be paying. But officially, based on your report, Director, just on 2024 alone, 342 million in terms of tax leakages are from cigarettes and 64 million are from vapor products. And for vapor products, because I saw the amount, the raids are quite parang kalahating taon nagre-raid na lang kayo, no? 141 eh. So what type of illicit trade have you detected in terms of vapor products with that 141? What are the common illicit trade?
Karamihan kasi ng etong sa 141, Your Honor, ito yung mga hindi bayad yung excise tax. For vapor products, Your Honor, we've started requiring them to have tax stamps starting June of 2024. Kaya nag-intensify yung operations natin, Your Honor, starting November para makita if those are yung mga retailers compliant dun sa requirement ng tax stamps, Your Honor.
Mga walang tax stamps,
Yes, Your Honor.
meaning they haven't paid their taxes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And what happened to the products? Do you confiscate them?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you confiscated all of these products.
Yung mga products na yun, Your
And
Honor.
did you file cases against?
We are still in the process of yung pagpa-file ng kaso, Your Honor.
But you will be filing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just focusing on the 141. How about the three raids that you conducted in Clark, Bulacan, and Cabanatuan? What type of illicit trade did you detect with those raids?
Ito, Your Honor, ito yung mga nagmamanufacture ng sigarilyo na walang permit from us, Your Honor. So, yung presumption dito, Your Honor, illicit yung mga sigarilyo nila.
Nagmamanufacture sila mismo? May makina
Yes,
sila?
Your Honor. May mga makina, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero hindi sila registered with the BIR?
Hindi registered with the BIR.
Okay.
Your
Are
Honor.
they at least incorporated? Their corporations?
Yung iba, Your Honor,
Yung iba may incorporation,
Yes,
but not registered with the BIR.
hindi sila registered as cigarette manufacturers. Your Honor.
Okay. Can you give us the name of these corporations? The Clark, Bulacan, and Cabanatuan?
As of now, Your Honor, hindi kasama sa report. Pwede bang we can submit it later, Your
Okay.
Honor?
And because we want to also follow up on the case filing against those entities, and especially the shareholders of those entities.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sige, well, I'll come back to the BIR later on, but we'll go to the DOF, Attorney Nina. Any comments on this matter?
For the Department of Finance, Your Honor, first of all, good morning. For the Department of Finance, through the Revenue Operations Group, have been monitoring the enforcement activities of both the BIR and the BOC on the matter, Your Honor. And any legislation that would be helpful in combating illicit trade, both for tobacco products and vapor products, would be very welcome. The Secretary of Finance has supported a measure filed in the House of Representatives at the Committee on Ways and Means there. It is on a track and trace system, as well as on some items on tax policy as regards the rates of certain products, vapor products, and on proposed moratorium, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Do you have any, from the point of view of, but do you agree that there are illicit trade happening in our country?
The Department of Finance has ever since seen the existence of illicit trade in the Philippines.
And how damaging is this illicit trade to our revenue collection, based on your analysis?
As of this moment, Your Honor, we are looking at a number of data to determine the magnitude. We do have some preliminary estimates, but we cannot release it yet, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, later on we'll ask our private stakeholders. I think if there's one entity or there are entities who are concerned about illicit trade, it will be the business sector, because that directly hampers their operation, directly hampers their profit margin, as well as directly hampers everything, no, your business model as well, no. So later on we'll shift our attention to the private stakeholders so they can enlighten us. But what I want to drive at is, since the DOF, the BIR recognizes that there is illicit trade happening in our country, we should also be knowledgeable on the damage that it is creating. Definitely, the damage is not limited to revenue collection. It's also damaging our health, no? Because this illicit trade goes under the radar, no? So, but I want to hear from the DOF and the BIR and our enforcement groups that how big is this damage? Is this something that we have to be alarmed about, or is it negligible that we can just, keep our eyes closed and hayaan na lang natin, no? That's what I want to understand today, no? And we can only proceed to ways forward and solution finding if you know the gravity of that damage. Definitely there is, no? And I'll show you later on that there is damage, but I want to know the quantity of that damage, and how do we address those issues as we move forward. I think the first damage is how much revenue are we losing from illicit trade?
Right now, Your Honor, we don't have the computations yet. We are finalizing those. But as of now, we only have the amounts from the enforcement that have been done by the BOC and the BIR, Your Honor.
Well, definitely there is, no? Because as the BIR already stated earlier, 342 million alone in 2024 from cigarettes, and then 64 million from vapor products. Again, that's 2024 alone. We're not talking about, we're not talking about 2023 and beyond, no. So just 1 year, and these are just the raids that they have conducted. We're not talking about those that are still the illicit trade that are still flourishing outside of this room. So I want to understand from the DOF, because I would expect that you have looked at this and studied this very carefully and come up with estimates. How big is the revenue, foregone revenue or revenue loss due to illicit trade? So that's what I want to understand.
As of now, sir, our computations have not been finalized. We are looking at some other data. Some were presented at the House hearings, sir, and we're looking at those as well as on other sources, sir.
Well, I hope you take a look at this, Attorney Nina and DOF. And later, I've seen the studies of our private sector groups. Again, there are numbers, and I am imploring on the DOF to take this seriously and really study this. And as there's also, and later on, we'll show you later on, there's also a theory that as excise taxes go up, illicit trade also will flourish. But that is a theory that we have to study very carefully. No? And as we go along every year, excise taxes goes up by about 5%. No? So we need to, the DOF, BIR, and BOC needs to study this very carefully, because we don't want a scenario wherein the illicit trade will be bigger than the legal entities who are selling these products. So please study this carefully and submit to the committee those studies as we go along. Right. Next is the BOC, the Bureau of Customs.
Morning, Mr. Chair. We were requested to submit data on a summary of annual seizures of tobacco and paper products. So we submitted data for years 2020 until 2024, which are as follows. For 2020, the number of seizures for tobacco and vapor products by the Bureau of Customs.
Is this the one? Is this the data?
No, Your Honor. We submitted a summary, Your Honor.
Can we, Comsec, can we show the summary?
Yes,
Okay,
that's the
sige.
data.
All right. Yeah, it's hard to follow kasi with numbers, so we need some visuals so that we can all be on the same page.
So for 2020, Your Honor, that's correct. That's 2004 with an estimated value of 5.774 billion pesos. For 2021, the Bureau of Customs had 131 seizures for tobacco and vapor products, amounting to 1.715 billion pesos. For 2022, the seizure is 190 seizure cases, both for tobacco and vapor products, with an estimated value of 1.129 billion pesos. For 2023, that's 255, with an estimated value of 3.823. I will update, however, Your Honor, our figures for 2024, because I think the submitted figures is incorrect. Our figure actually is 318 seizures, 318. And the estimated value now, as of December 2024, is 9.194 billion pesos.
Can you define, so that everyone will be, again, on the same page, can you define seizures in this context?
Seizures, Your Honor, this comprises of all enforcement operations by the Bureau of Customs. So it comprises of serving our letters of authority, meaning we exercised our visitorial powers and conducted some raids with warehouses where we gathered information, derogatory information that these warehouses contained illicit tobacco products and vapor products. Also contained in this number our seizures or apprehensions at our ports for smuggling, whether it be technical or outright smuggling. And also data coming from seizures conducted at the Bureau of Customs for areas within the Philippine territory which are susceptible to outright smuggling. Meaning, Your Honor, these are open sea apprehensions and are not apprehensions through our formal ports.
But these are imported products, no?
Yes,
You
Your Honor.
focus
These
on
are
imported products. So, Comsec, can we update this table? I heard earlier that the 2024, the correct figure is 318 in terms of seizures and about
9
9 billion in terms of value.
yes, Your Honor. Almost 9.2, Your Honor.
9.2 in terms of value. Comsec, can we update? Kahit so just again by going through the BOC's number, in 2024, if you see the trend from 2022, 2023, 2024 is going up. No? And in terms of value is also going up. No? And how many of those reads, just in 2024, the 318, how many of those are cigarettes and how many of those are vapor products?
About 90 of those seizures, Your Honor, are for vapor products, and about 228 are tobacco products.
228
28
are
Mr. Chair.
tobacco products. And what is the for the tobacco products that you conducted raids? What are these smuggled cigarettes? What type of illicit trade have you detected with these products?
These are smuggled cigarettes, Your Honor. Majority of which are smuggled cigarettes. Of course, there are raw tobacco products, but the majority of the seizures are cigarettes and in cigarette form, and mostly coming from the southern part of the Philippines, Your Honor.
Okay, and so these are just plain and simple smuggled products,
Yes, Your Honor.
mostly detected in the southern part, which is Mindanao,
Yes, Your Honor.
mostly, and also the value is going up, no? From 1.1 billion in 2022, 3.8 in 2023, and then 9 billion, 9.2 billion in 2024. So the same trend we are seeing with the BIR, no? That the number of seizures or number of raids in the case of BIR and the value of those raids are also going up. So for both enforcement agencies, the BIR and the BOC, both are experiencing increased number of raids and seizures. And it's that because of the reports are also increasing. The phenomenon and also the reports of illicit trade is also increasing for the last 2-3 years.
Well, Your Honor, if you look at how taxation works for these products, well, the increase in excise taxes was made gradually or throughout the years. So I think the increase can be related to the financial benefit that smugglers may have when they do smuggling. Meaning, the higher the excise tax over the years, that means that if they do smuggling, they're able to escape payment of higher taxes. So I think that's for us in the Bureau of Customs. That's always been one of the things that we look out for. The higher the incentive for smuggling, the higher the product that particular product we usually guard against.
I'll go to that later on. I think that's also one of the theories that we want to expound on. But the increased amount of seizures that you've conducted, does it mean that you also get a lot more reports right now of illicit trade?
More than that, Your Honor, we've also beefed up our intelligence gathering. I think the industry representatives here can attest that the Bureau of Customs has been coordinating with them vigorously for exchange of intelligence information. We've also, the Deputy Commissioner for Intelligence is here. They've also beefed up our regional intelligence coordination with countries that would usually be the source of these illicit products. So aside from information that we get, the increase of information that we get, we've also beefed up our enforcement activities against these products, Your Honor.
And in your analysis, how come from 2023, 2024, there's a threefold increase in terms of value? Meaning I would assume the volume of illicit products is bigger in 2024 because the value is bigger.
It's 318 actually, Your Honor, in 2024.
Correct.
The number of seizures.
But if you look at the value, it's almost 9 billion.
Yes.
No, compared to 2023. So that's threefolds. No, but if you look at the seizure, if you just double the seizure, it should only be maybe 6 billion, 7 billion. But this one is almost 9 billion.
Again, because I think, Your
So
Honor,
the amounts are bigger.
the amounts are bigger and the taxes are bigger.
Mm.
So if you look at the total landed cost where we compute our estimated value, there's a really big increase yearly based on the excise taxes that should have been paid for these products.
All right, all right. Thank you for that. And I'll go back to the DOF. I think the DOF should already press the alarm button, Attorney Nina, and already take a look at this phenomenon happening in our country, in our shores. Just for the last 2 years, the number of raids and seizures by both enforcement agencies has been going up. The quantity and the value also is going up. And if we don't focus our attention on this, we'll end up with a scenario wherein the illicit trade might be bigger than the legal activities. And we want to press on the DOF to already take a look at this problem and give us solutions, recommend to us what solutions we should be undertaken in order to curb this illicit trade. So again, please take a look at this problem, Department of Finance. Because of illicit trade, I mentioned earlier, the damage not only in terms of revenue collection, but in terms of health. And we want to hear from the DOH, their comments on illicit trade, and also some basic numbers, whether smoking prevalence have been increasing, decreasing. Just give us a snapshot of where we are in terms of tobacco products and also illicit trade. We call on Yusek Ronquillo, Kenneth Ronquillo of Department of Health.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair. Well, first of all, I'd like to provide some data on the study done by the Global Adult Tobacco Survey, the Youth, and the National Nutrition Survey. In general trends, more adults tried to quit smoking because of higher prices of cigarettes, from 55.5% in 2015 to 68% in 2021. Tobacco use among adults fell by a third, from 29.7% in 2009 to 19.5% in 2021. Current smoking among adults also fell by a third, from 28.2% in 2009 to 18.5% in 2021. Among the vulnerable population, the drop was more pronounced. Current smoking among women decreased by more than half, from 9% in 2009 to 3.7% in 2021. And the current smoking among youth aged 13 to 15 years old also fell by 40%, from 17.5% in 2007 to 10% in 2019. The current smoking among adolescents aged 10 to 19 years old fell by 60%, from 9.1% in 2008 to 3.7% in 2019, and expanded National Nutrition Survey. And this trend is also seen in a number of tax-paid tobacco removals, Mr. Chair.
And how is this illicit trade? We can all detect. I think after hearing the BIR and the BOC, we are all in agreement that illicit trade is happening. These are only the seizures and the raids that they have conducted. We don't know still how many of these illicit products are out there in the market. So, and because it's happening, what is the impact of these illicit products to our to public health and to the health of our constituents, based on the analysis of the Department of Health?
If you allow, Mr. Chair, we have a position paper that we'll read.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Sir.
Well, the Department of Health supports the intent of the proposed Senate resolutions as they seek an inquiry into illicit trade on excisable products. We support the Senate in the exercise of its oversight powers to ensure that implementation is faithful to the spirit and letter of the law, as deficiencies may lead to higher health risks as well as lower revenues affecting financing for universal health care. Illicit trade undermines landmark tobacco control policies such as the Sin Tax Reform Law and the Graphic Health Warnings Law. Moreover, the added presence of illegal cigarettes and vape products in the market poses more significant health risks due to greater population exposure to these products that go against the constitutional right of health. Altogether, they contravene the WHO Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, a treaty signed by the Philippines on September 23, 2003, which was later on unanimously concurred in the ratification by the Senate through Resolution number 24, adopted on April 25, 2005. No less than the Supreme Court has also stated that being a party to the WHO FCTC, the Philippines committed to implement tobacco control measures such as price and tax policies. The Department of Health supports the proposed inquiry as it would provide a venue to identify the needed synergistic actions among concerned government agencies in the executive branch and also non-government stakeholders to enable stronger enforcement of existing and established policies to combat illicit trade. In consideration of the aforementioned, the Department of Health offers the following recommendations for any other legislative measures that may be introduced on this matter. First, to continue with and strengthen the implementation of excise tax measures already in force. Second, to include violations of Republic Act number 10643 or the Graphic Health Warnings Law in the definition of illicit trade and covered products. Citizen participation means any person may file a complaint and or report violations to and any member agency of the Anti-Illicit Trade Council with evidentiary support. This is respectfully submitted, Mr. Chair.
And just for the information,
It is attributed to health, Mr. Chair.
correct. So, in other words, for tobacco products, 50% of the total excise tax collection is allocated to different health programs, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, based on the law, 50% goes to different health programs. If you break down that 50%, 80% goes to PhilHealth, and then 20% shall be allocated nationwide based on political and district subdivision for medical assistance, the Health Facilities Enhancement Program, the annual requirements of which shall be determined by the Department of Health. So, in other words, the bigger the collection, the more allocation we can give to different health programs. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So it's to our interest to make sure that the collection is accurate, and if possible, it will be maintained or even go up. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
And then for heated tobacco products, 100% of the total revenue collected from excise tax on heated tobacco products and vapor products shall be allocated also to various health programs. 60% of which will go to RA 11223 or the Universal Healthcare Law. 20% shall be allocated nationwide based on political and district subdivisions for medical assistance and the HFEP or the Health Facilities Enhancement Program. And then 20% will go to SDGs. So in other words, for vapor products also, the excise tax being collected there will also be distributed to various health programs. Tama ba?
Yes.
All right. So again, no. So it's to our interest that we see correct payment of excise taxes because it goes directly to various health programs. Having said that, on the problem of illicit trade, what damage or what impact can it do to our to public health and to the health of our constituents? Based on your analysis, because the context here is illicit trade, smuggled cigarettes is available in the market, and our constituents are buying that. So, based on your analysis, what have you seen that is happening on our shores in our country?
Well, in general terms, Mr. Chair, will decrease the attributions to the programs that has been mentioned earlier, and thus health outcomes will not be as good as we have at current.
Is smoking, because you mentioned, I saw the GATS report, and you mentioned that overall smoke prevalence of tobacco use has gone down from 29 to 19%. No, but this is from 2009, 2015 to 2021. Do we have any data after 2021? Most preferably um, on a year-to-year basis.
Mr. Chair, that's the latest study. The next GUTS will be in 2026, as the study is done every 5 years.
But do you have any in-house study that monitors smoking prevalence?
Well, there's a current study, Mr. Chair, done by the FNRI, and shows the percentage of current users of various tobacco and nicotine products among adults 20 to 59. It's also shown decreases in as a general trend, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? You said.
So the latest study that we have is done by the FNRI, which shows percentages of current users of various tobacco and nicotine products among adults 20 to 59 years old from 2018, 2019 to 23. And as a general trend, there's been a decrease in the use of these products.
Increase.
Decrease, sir.
Decrease. These are vapor products, you mean?
Tobacco and nicotine products, Mr. Chair.
Tobacco and nicotine. And so what is the prevalence of that? What is the tobacco use prevalence? Because hanggang 2021 lang tayo eh. And if you look at my point of the matter, why am I driving this? If you see the trend of illicit trade, it picked up after 2022, more or less. I'm sure it's been happening prior to that, no? But I think the intensity went up around 2022, 2023, 2024. So what I'm driving at is, has this impacted the smoking habits of our constituents? I want to detect that from the standpoint of DOH. Because illicit trade is happening, illicit products are there for sure. It's growing. I think that's established by the BIR and the BOC. But is it already affecting or impacting the health condition of our constituents? Because my common sense will say it is, no, because it's happening and it's cheaper. No? So, but is it already being felt and detected by the DOH?
Sir, for manufactured cigarettes, that has been a decline from 94.4% to 88.6%. We're talking only here of manufactured cigarettes.
Is that smoking prevalence?
Yes, sir.
How do I interpret that data?
This is among smokers, Mr. Chair.
So
The
88
users of manufactured cigarettes.
users of manufacture, that's 88%?
From 94.4 in 2018, 2019, 2023 decreased to 88.6
So 88.6 of
of the smokers
use manufactured
of
cigarettes.
manufactured cigarettes.
Okay. But that doesn't explain the smoking prevalence or the amount of or the number of smokers among adults. Do we have that? Do you have any in-house surveys? Because if not, then we have no choice but to use proxies. My point of the matter there is may problema tayo ngayon eh, Yusek. Merong smuggled cigarettes in our country. Meron na bang epekto to mga constituents natin in terms of health? That's the simple question I want to, because 2021, the GATS 2021 is not enough because the intensity of smuggling happened after 2022. And it's increasing.
Sir, the percentage of currently smoking adults 20 to 59 years old by age group in 2021, that's 19%. In 2023, tumaas po siya sa 24.4. So that's the prevalence, Mr. Chair.
Oh, what data is that? What data is that? FNRI?
FNRI, Mr. Chair.
So FNRI survey of smoking prevalence
Yes, Mr. Chair.
from 19 to 50. No, sorry, from 19 years old to
Old to 59 years old.
20 years old to 59 years old. So if you take that data as a proxy to GATS, tumaas yung smoking prevalence natin. Tama? 2021 is 19%. So in other words, if you ididikit, do you have?
Yes, sir. Correct po.
So ididikit-dikit ko lang . So if you look at the data from GATS from 2009, yan. Can you flash that? From 2009, 2015, 2021, 29 the smoking prevalence, 29%, 23%, it went down to 19%. Tama? Yusek? And then if you connect this to the FNRI data, tumaas siya from 19% in 2021 to 24%.
Sir, itong study ng FNRI included vape products already, sir.
Included vape products. But vape products is small naman eh.
Yeah.
I would, it's growing, but I would assume that the breakdown is small. But let's take it as it is for now. Do you have the breakdown for the 24%?
Sir, we do not have the breakdown at the moment.
Okay, just submit to us that survey and the breakdown. But let's take it as it is for now, so that we can have a very robust discussion today. So, do you agree that from 2021 to 2023, smoking prevalence as a whole has increased from 21% to 23%, 24%? Can you use the mic, Yusek?
Yes, based on the survey, Mr. Chair, yes.
But if, and later on we'll show it. If you look at the number of sticks being sold, it has gone down, at least the declared ones. No, I'll show that later on. So, is this uptick from 21% to 24% due to illicit trade? Is that a possible phenomenon? Is that safe to conclude?
Sir, we cannot respond to that. We cannot say that, sir.
But can you analyze that, Yusek, as the vanguard and the protector of public health? Can the DOH analyze that? Because I'm concerned that the smoking prevalence is going up. If we are seeing that the legal cigarettes being sold is going down, I'll show that later on, and the excise tax being paid by legal cigarette manufacturers and companies is also going down, then why is smoking prevalence going up? Where is smoking coming from?
So we assume that's coming from vape.
From vape. Okay. But can you also dissect that? Because that's not actually good, no? Diba, the phenomenon is from cigarettes they go to vape, but not increase the number of vape users, because that's what we want, to transition them into tobacco alternatives, but not increase the usage of tobacco alternatives.
Mr. Chair, as far as the DOH is concerned, we do not have a study as yet.
Okay. But again, no, let me strongly request from the DOH to look at this and study this phenomenon, because from the standpoint of this committee who's in charge of tax collection and revenue, revenue is going down, but smoking prevalence is going up. So where is it coming from? No? Because the intention is for the vape products is for people smoking to switch to vape products, but not to increase the usage of vape products. And the 3% jump is quite big. So if you're talking about 50 million adults, we're talking about close to about maybe 2 million. 2 million to 2.5 million increase, more or less lang, more or less. No? So you have 2 to 3 million new smokers, whether it's vape or you're smoking illicit products. No?
We will make the study.
Yes, please study it carefully, because we're now in the phase we're not achieving our health objectives. Again, the reason why we impose excise tax on vape products, on tobacco products, is so that we can have better health outcomes. No, but we're not. The better health outcomes have reversed from 19% now is back to 24%, and the original is 29%. So we're only 5% away from the original baseline. So again, I'll request the DOH to take a look at that. Thank you. I'll jump to our private sector group. And after hearing all of this discussion, I'm sure that our private sector have analyzed this thoroughly. They have conducted in-house independent researches so that we'll be guided accordingly. So we'll start off with our private sector resource persons, and we'll start off with Anong- We'll start off with my good friend, one of a friend of mine during my stint in the lower house, in the House of Representatives, and who's also now representing the Philippine Tobacco Institute. So we recognize Mr. Jericho Nograles for his presentation and comments on the discussion.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. Good morning to our fellow workers in government and the private sector. Happy New Year to all. We have a prepared statement. The PTI has a prepared statement that we have emailed and submitted to the Committee on Ways and Means. But before reading that prepared statement, Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to state some reactions from the line of questions that the good chair had for our honorable workers in government?
Go ahead, Congressman.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the PTI notes that you have been asking for data on the prevalence of illicit trade. May I quote some articles that the chair might have chanced upon in his research, specifically on May 29, 2024, illegal tobacco trade eating government revenues away from the BIR. Quoting the BIR Excise Large Taxpayers Field Operations Division Chief, says that the contributions of the excise tax on vapor products, although it almost increased by 100%, it is not enough to compensate the decrease as far as the cigarette excise tax collection is concerned. Additionally, she said, while government also incurs losses in vapor products, its foregone revenues do not run in a billion compared to cigarettes. Also, I'd like to commend the good senator in Senate Resolution number 566, the subject, one of the three subjects of today's hearing, where the good senator did cite the Austria and Villanueva paper that estimates 42.8% of cigarette consumption may be illicit in the Philippines. This is in your own Senate resolution, and we concur with that study. We recognize that study. Likewise, in the good senator, Senate Resolution 1243, citing the Bulacan raid in November of last year, where counterfeit cigarettes of 2.4 billion was actually enforced by our government agencies. And also quoting on line number 13, page 2, that the Secretary of Finance said that the government is losing 52 billion pesos from smuggling of vape and tobacco products. Of this amount, 35 billion pertains to smuggled tobacco products and 17 billion pertains to smuggled vape products alone. We concur with that data. And to assist our friends in the Department of Health, may I cite the World Health Organization, under the Health Promotion Department, a research by Mark Goodchild, where he concludes, if I may read, the illicit cigarette market reflects a complex interplay between supply and demand with an array of different country conditions. Regardless of the situation, scaling up measures to counter illicit trade can make a significant contribution to tobacco control through demand reduction while at the same time generating significant tax revenues. I believe that the Department of Health supports this position of the World Health Organization. Likewise, we thank the Department of Health for pointing out that DOST's FNRI data allow us to add on the analysis of the FNRI data presented by the DOH that there is an uptick of users beginning 2021. So the data shows that there was a decrease in the users since 2012 because of the passage of the sin tax law. So we concur with the presentation of the DOH where in the GATS, if you increase the cost, then the number of smokers will decrease. Conversely, if smokers have alternatives to cheaper tobacco products, then the data of the FNRI proves that there will be an uptick. The uptick began in 2021 when the prevalence of illicit cigarettes estimated by Euromonitor was 8.8%. Then in 2022, it increased to 9.5% prevalence of illicit trade. In 2023, 11%. Now, based on the FNRI data, smoking adults from 20 years old and above in the Philippines rose from 18.5 to 23.2% in a span of 2 years. And that's also the same, it corresponds to the increase of illicit. Because it started 8.8% illicit to 9.5% illicit, then to 11% illicit. So it matches, Mr. Chair, on observation. While the DOF and the BIR have no official data, the chairman is correct in stating that there are other sources of data. I shall read to the committee and to the record our position, if I may, Mr. Chair. The tobacco industry plays a vital role in the Philippine economy, supporting 41,000 farmers and producing over 39 million kilograms of leaf tobacco annually. The industry employs more than 2 million Filipinos across production, distribution, and marketing. Furthermore, excise taxes on tobacco contribute significantly to public funding, comprising 54% of the budgets of the DOH and PhilHealth. However, this vital sector faces significant challenges due to the increasing prevalence of illicit tobacco trade. Estimates by Euromonitor, unfortunately, Mr. Chair, suggests by the end of 2025, this year, 19% of the domestic market will consist of illicit products. In Mindanao alone, as the chair commented earlier about a situation that illicit might be bigger than the licit cigarettes, than the legal cigarettes. In Mindanao alone, 51% already of the cigarettes sold are illicit. Some areas reporting rates exceeding 90%. Meanwhile, North and Central Luzon experience an illicit trade incidence of 12.8%, while Southern Luzon reports 5.4%. And alarmingly, the rate of illicit trade is increasing anywhere from 3 to 8% since 2021. Illicit trade thrives due to the availability of untaxed cigarettes sold at a fraction of the price of legitimate products. Legal cigarettes are up 5 times more expensive than their illicit counterparts. This price disparity is fueled by illegal importers, manufacturers, and traders who evade excise taxes. As a result, untaxed cigarettes flood the market, undermining government revenue and reducing funds critical for public health programs and other government initiatives. We are pleased that the Bureau of Internal Revenue presented and underscored the alarming trend showing declining collection rates. I don't need to go through it, but basically from 2020 to 2024, the collection rate decreased by negative 9.16% in 2022, negative 15.84% in 2023, and for January to November, negative 29.36%. The table is in the data presented here before you, Mr. Chair. As you can see, despite the increase of excise tax rates and the increase of smokers based on the FNRI data, government data, there is a decrease in actual collections. There's no other explanation, Mr. Chair, but tax leakage. While even if there is a shifting towards vape, the shift towards vape is minimal compared to the presence of illicit. So this data reflects the growing inability to meet revenue goals as illicit trade erodes predictable government income and undermines the effectiveness of excise taxes. The PTI also highlights the rising prevalence of non-tax paid vapor products, which compounds the issue. These untaxed products further threaten the sustainability of government programs reliant on tobacco tax revenues. PTI is also highlighting that illicit tobacco trade created imbalanced and inequitable conditions against the legitimate tobacco industry. Mr. Chair, the tobacco industry is happy to pay taxes so long as the illicits will be kept at bay. Aside from tax leakages, illicit trade undermines so many other government efforts. Minors have access to illicit cigarettes, to name a concerning example. The DOST FNRI data shows an increased usage incidence, with the youth matching the increase of incidence of illicit trade. Let me refer to it very quickly, Mr. Chair, so that we can really highlight how bad it is. And by the way, the tobacco industry is not allowed to do any surveys on minors smoking. So the government is allowed, and the government did. And there is an increase from 2021 of 2.3%, and now it's 13.8%. And it matches, Mr. Chair, to the increase of illicit trade in the Philippines. We recognize and appreciate greatly the efforts of the BIR, the BOC, the DTI, and law enforcement agencies for the various enforcement seizures and closure of illicit factories and warehouses. All these efforts have certainly slowed down the growth of illicit trade. However, we must underscore that there's more to be done. So we respectfully submit to the committee the following suggestion. Revisit the tax system to determine the optimal tax rate that achieves the dual objectives of raising revenue and discouraging tobacco consumption while minimizing unintended consequences. Impose a single excise tax rate for all vapor products to ensure clarity and consistency in implementation and collection. Adopt a whole-of-government approach to enforcement involving not only the BOC, BIR, DTI, and law enforcement agencies, but also enjoin LGUs and other relevant agencies. Direct the Department of Agriculture to recommend that the President convene the Anti-Agricultural Smuggling Council for effective implementation of the new AES law. Ensure that the DOJ aggressively prosecute illicit importers, manufacturers, and traders of tobacco products. Mobilize the Anti-Money Laundering Council to take decisive action against smugglers. Develop and implement an effective track and trace system to monitor the supply chain of tobacco products. And launch a public awareness campaign to educate citizens on the social and economic costs of purchasing illicit tobacco products. We trust in the wisdom of the committee and the Senate. The PTI remains committed to working with the government and other stakeholders to safeguard the legitimate industry and protect vital public funding from the growing threat of illicit trade. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Jericho.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the other day, forgive me for mentioning this. The other day, in the House of Representatives, your counterpart chairperson, Joey Salceda, did have a question, and this is coming from another reaction from the DOF earlier mentioning about the consideration of a moratorium. So, Chairman Joey did a direct question on whether or not a moratorium can increase tax collections. So, I checked with the industry and it committed that tax collections will increase if there is a moratorium. Mainly because by pausing the annual excise tax increases, the prices of legitimate products such as cigarettes can stabilize. This decreases the incentive for consumers to purchase illicit goods and reduce the demand for smuggled products. And the second reason is the moratorium period can also strengthen enforcement measures against illicit trade. Now, Mr. Chair, this is not just lip service because Singapore actually exercised this moratorium, and that experience showed that there was the stability and the stop of illicit, and at the same time increased tax collection. And this is from 2005 to 2013. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Chair. All my materials, we are happy to submit it to your committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman. I'll show a slide, no? Slide 4 to ComSec. This is also taken from Euromonitor. In fact, when we were doing our own research, Euromonitor seems to be the only source of information insofar as illicit trade is concerned. And correct me if I'm wrong, Congressman, but this is the same data as what you mentioned earlier, that if you look at the share to total cigarette trade by 2023, the share of illicit trade is about 19%.
Yes, that is the data of Euromonitor, Mr. Chair. Just to add, another reputable firm is Kantar. Kantar also does
Okay.
that. And even locally, I believe Stratbase also has some data presenting on the prevalence of illicit trade.
Okay.
I hope that helps the
Yeah,
committee,
we'll
Mr. Chair.
we'll try to get those information, but the ones we found just doing internet searches using Euromonitor. So I just want to confirm that if this data is the same as what the industry is using.
Well, it's public, Mr. Chair, so it's an easy reference. So yes, earlier I read 8.8. I did say 9.5, more, not 9.4, and 11.0.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So by 2023, the prevalence of the total share or the share of illicit cigarettes is about 19.8.
2025, Mr. Chair.
2025.
That's the estimate. For 2024, I believe the estimate is about 21%. Sorry, Mr. Chair, allow me to correct myself. The estimate is 21% by end of 2025.
2025.
That's Euromonitor data, Mr. Chair.
And to educate the public, how can you explain to us how is this survey being conducted by Euromonitor? Just to give us confidence that this survey is fair and also the method is sound. Can you just describe to us how Euromonitor conducts its survey? I know you don't work for Euromonitor, but maybe you have some idea on what is the methodology of their survey, so that we'll have that confidence that this is accurate and sound in terms of illicit trade prevalence.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chair, the industry does not pay for Euromonitor, so we really have no direct visibility on that. But it is independent. That's what we can say. Kantar does empty pack surveys. So they go to the sari-sari stores and then they count empty packs. So they show different data, but it's real time for that. A quick check on Euromonitor, how they do it, just to read off their own website. They're an independent provider of global business intelligence, market analysis, and consumer rights. So that's about what they say.
So any of the private stakeholders have an idea on how, because I want to put on record on the methodology that they undertake in order to conduct surveys. Normally, on consumer surveys, they ask, of course, the consumers, they ask the retailers, and I would assume this is how they conduct it.
I understand the question, Mr. Chair, but as PTI, we cannot answer that, but I'm sure that the private stakeholders, the manufacturers and distributors, can answer the question, and if their sales are affected as such, and if their sales do reflect.
Can I ask
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Philip Morris if they have any knowledge on how these surveys are being conducted, just to educate the public, because reason why I'm asking this is, and I'll be blunt about this, the recommendations is related to the numbers that we are seeing, and the argument here is the higher the taxes, the more illicit trade, and I just want to make sure that the numbers are independent and sound, and the methodology is also internationally accepted or widely accepted, so that there's no notion that any recommendation, especially to suspend the increase in excise tax, is skewed towards the benefit of the cigarette manufacturers. So we want to make sure that these numbers are independent. We want to make sure that we put on record that these numbers are in no way was influenced by the cigarette manufacturers or the cigarette industry. So that's why I want to ask, what is the methodology of Euromonitor? And anyone from maybe Philip Morris or maybe JTI can answer.
Your Honor, thank you for the time.
Yes, Mr.
Usually,
Silva.
Silva. I cannot account exactly what's the methodology used by Euromonitor here in the Philippines, but from the experience we have in many other countries, the most effective way to measure this is through counting empty packs, either in retailers, in trash bins, and around the street. Because if you ask a retailer, are you selling a product that is not legal? No, it will be very difficult that they will admit. So most of these researchers, and we can come back to you with more data, contacting either Euromonitor or Kantar, and get a bit more detail in terms of the methodology. But most of them are the most accurate ones from our experience, come from counting the empty packs that have been sold and have been consumed. such as Kantar. Kantar, for example, which has very similar numbers to Euromonitors in terms of trends, they do use empty packs.
Yes, Mr. The Best. Do you have
Yeah,
any?
Your Honor. Yeah,
I like your last name, The Best.
Yes, thanks. No, I can concur with what was said before, but for me, it's important to mention that Euromonitor is completely independent, so we really can't state what they do. And the only thing we do is we actually engage with Kantar in our case, who are doing empty pack survey. That's one. And two is we do our own consumer panels. And both of those data points concur more or less. Of course, it's not exactly this number, but it's very close to the numbers that Euromonitor has. So confirming that these numbers are close to reality, at least per our sources. That's what I can say. But on Euromonitor itself, I cannot comment other than that is a reputable international company. So I assume that they have their solid base.
Thank you for that information. Unfortunately, we don't have Euromonitor here, so I'm trying my best to get some explanation from people who know the industry and people who use data to make decisions. But we'll take it as it is right now, and we'll reach out to Euromonitor to give us their methodology and their comments. But we'll take it as it is right now. And would like to, before I ask more questions, we'll also call on, since Mr. The Best, you're already on the microphone, for any comments on the part of Philip Morris.
Yeah, good morning, Honorable Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Chairman of Senate Ways and Means Committee, and to the honorable members of the committee present here today. My name is Gijs de Best, as you said, a nice last name. I'm the president of PMFTC, the Philippine affiliate of Philip Morris International. And we would like to thank you for the opportunity to give our comments to this important topic of illicit trade, what we discussed today in the hearing. As you know, we've always been strong advocates against illicit, as it impacts the local farming community, the government revenues, and the legitimate tobacco industry in its entirety as a whole. And we highly appreciate actually the collective efforts of this administration in fighting illicit trade in cigarettes and vape particularly. I refer earlier to what was mentioned from the Department of Finance, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the Bureau of Customs, but also the Department of Trade and Industry. That has been very effective. It definitely helped. However, given the magnitude of the problem and the scale of the problem, one can argue that more needs to be done, unfortunately. I just want to illustrate the problem. I just brought a few packs. So I have them here, illicit packs. There are many more. I just have a collection. As you can see, they don't have a health warning. They don't have a tax stamp. And they're sold at 50 pesos, as low as 50 pesos. You know that the tax plus VAT is more than 70 nowadays. So that gives you an indication. I have a pack of Chesterfield with tax stamp, with health warning, which is our lowest price on the market, 140. So I have a 90 peso difference between Chesterfield and an illicit product, 90 pesos. So knowing the price sensitivity of the consumer, you can imagine how appealing these products are for the consumers in the Philippines. I take an example, Mindanao. I mean, the illicit preference or incidence is around between 60 and 70%. Around 70% of retailers are selling illicit products at the moment. And maybe I refer to some of the numbers quoted because they might be important, or they are important. As per our numbers, or Euromonitor numbers, the illicit incidence on cigarettes was 11% in 2020, 21% in 2024. And that translates in roughly 11 billion cigarettes illicit. 11 billion. If I add then the e-vape or e-cigarette, the vape, roughly 6 billion per Euromonitor. You can imagine the magnitude, 6 billion equivalent. So if I add the two numbers, it's 17 billion. And that alone in 2024, per our estimate, would be a missed revenue for the government of more than 50 billion pesos. The last 4 years combined, roughly 190 billion pesos. So this not only substantially impacted the legitimate tobacco industry, but also importantly, the government revenues. And we saw the numbers, a 23% decline in government revenue from legitimate cigarettes, and 170 billion, the high in 21 to 135 in 23 to an estimate of 131, I think you showed. It's anywhere between 130, 131. So we see the steep decline. So to address this, what do we need? We need a level playing field. A level playing field where all the industry participants are paying the right tax and are complying with all laws and regulations. Hence, we request this administration for consistent nationwide enforcement of all related laws and regulations, such as the tax code, the vape law, and the recently passed Anti-Agri-Economic Sabotage Act. And this also includes prosecution of illicit traders and bringing them to court. We request this administration to implement and enforce the minimum retail price for cigarettes as mandated by the tax code and the recently passed Anti-Agri-Economic Sabotage Act. We recommend to update the minimum reference price and strictly monitor the compliance by retailers to address the sale of illicit products below this MRP set. We request this administration to address the tax loopholes for vape products. Free-base nicotine tax is much lower than the nic salt tax. For comparison, in per milliliter, you pay 6.3 for a free-base product, 54.6 per ml for a nic salt product. It's 90% difference. To the best of my knowledge, there's no country in the world that makes a distinction between free-base and nic salt, and there's no rational either. And it is prone for misdeclaration, because what you see in the industry, people declare the product as a free base, but in fact are nic salt. So it's non-enforceable, non-manageable, and a lot of revenue loss as a consequence because there's an under-declaration. We request this administration to encourage and help us on the government-to-government cooperation to stop the illicit inflow of products as well. Per our sources, there's a significant illicit inflow from mainly China, Malaysia, Indonesia, Vietnam, Cambodia, and some others. And to address this, there are a few examples of what we can do, or what we recommend: the stronger border controls, coordination among governments to timely share information and monitor suspicious shipments, joint operations targeting cross-border smuggling networks, capacity building and training for customs and law enforcement officers on best practices to prevent illicit trade, and harmonization of regulations. What I mean with that is, take for example Indonesia. In Indonesia, there's no law that requires that cigarettes produced in Indonesia for exports need to comply with the requirements of the destination market. So what I mean with that, if a factory in Indonesia is claiming that they export to the Philippines, there's no law that tells they need to use the health warning of the Philippines or the tax stamp of the Philippines. I know that's not a problem we can address here in this room, but what we do, we heavily engage with our counterparts in Indonesia to set such a law or have such a regulation in place like we have in the Philippines. And your cooperation on this would help. So to summarize, we fully support the prevention of illicit trade in the country. We need full enforcement in a level playing field. This to ensure a sustainable revenue stream for the government, like we discussed, a predictable operating environment for us as an industry, and a much needed protection, and not to forget, of the local tobacco farming community as well. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and the Honorable Committee for the opportunity to be part of today's hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. The Best. Before I also throw some questions, let me also recognize Mr. Silva of JTI for any comments.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman and distinguished members. Good morning, and we thank you for inviting us for this public hearing. My name is Guilherme Silva. I'm rejoining JTI Philippines as of 1st of January after 13 years being abroad. I was here before for 2 years. Japan Tobacco is a multinational company, and our biggest shareholder is actually the Ministry of Finance of Japan. Here in the Philippines, some of our bigger brands are Winston, Camel, and Mighty. We operate 3 companies here. We have a distribution company, we have a manufacturing facility in Batangas, and we also have a business center comprising more than 5,500 employees. We have invested in the Philippines since 2017 alone over $2 billion, being on the acquisition of Mitre Corporation, the construction and further expansions of our facilities in Batangas, and other investments. So Philippines is a key market for us. It's one of the biggest markets we have in the company. And we have many long-term plans that will provide quality jobs in the Philippines and will continue to bring value to the Filipino economy. However, the sustainability of our business depends largely not only of the support from the government. Is it too far? Sorry. Depends largely not only of the support of the government, but also working with our industry stakeholders to successfully be able to fight this alarming growth of illicit tobacco and illegal vapes that we've been seeing in the country. So we believe this here is very timely, and it hopefully will shed a light on this growing threat that these illicit cigarettes and vapings will bring, not only to the government revenue collections, but also to the public health in general. Illustrating a bit, we've talked a lot about data, and I'll give the data from a different perspective. If we look at the total volume of the legal industry in the Philippines, 5 years ago in 2019, we used to sell 73 billion sticks. If we look at our numbers for 2024, we're selling 43 billion sticks, so a 44% volume decline. When we look into some of our independent third-party surveys, what we see is that this is not necessarily people quitting smoking, and we saw some of the other numbers highlighting that. But we also see that in 2020, we used to have an incidence of around 5% of illicit products, and this is now up for above 16%. And then again, we saw numbers that shows 19 to, but the trend is the most important factor to highlight. We've heard from different departments on the amount of seizures, on the amount of collections. And it's very true that we've increased a lot the amount of seizures and amount of collections, but that doesn't prevent that this industry is thriving and growing at a very fast pace. Consumers go to these products because they are cheaper. We know the sensibility in terms of affordability for the consumers. And as it was highlighted by my counterpart here, a lot of times these products are not even paying the amount of tax that we pay in our legal products. What's also concerning is who are the people dealing with these kind of products, because these industries also, we know that a lot of times, based on many other illicit studies that we have from other countries, the revenues and profits made in this by these organizations, by these illegal organizations, are fueling terrorism, drugs, and human trafficking. So it has another additional complexity, which is not only we are undermining the legal industry, but these resources and revenues that should be going to other entities such as the Ministry of Health and to the government are ending up in the pockets of organizations that can be very detrimental in many other levels. To add to that, we also would like to add that these are products that they don't comply to the same standard of quality and production like the products that we manufacture under the regulation and guidance of all the legislations in the Philippines. So it's very important that we acknowledge also the additional risk that these products might have by being widely distributed. We also see that the government is being challenged with the spread of the illicit vapes. And according to our internal calculations, that industry is already around 4.3 billion sticks in 2024. And according to our estimation, at least half of this volume, so 2 billion sticks, are actually coming from illicit products, worsening even further the losses of the government. We've seen the numbers before, I don't need to repeat, but our collection in terms of taxation came down from 176 billion to now 135 billion in 2023. And this is something that we would like to support the administration in addressing, as what's more concerning is the pace, not only these industries growing, but the pace of growth is accelerating. And we can see that through our extensive teams that we have in the streets that report to us, and the distribution of these products is increasing, the volumes that they're generating is increasing. And what we know is that, as Mr. Debas showed, these are brands that we don't know, but consumers over time, they get to know, they get used to, and it will be even more difficult in the future if we don't address that with certain urgency. We recognize all the efforts being done lately by the Philippine administration. We thank them. The Republic Act 12022, the Anti-Agriculture Economic Sabotage Act, hopefully will support us on this fight against these products. We also recognize the Department of Trade and Industry suspending the online sales of vapes products and having stricter product certification. That's very important. Again, coming back to the products that are put in the market, we put a lot of investigation and research to make sure that the products that we put in the market, they are in compliance with all the Philippines law. And we know that a lot of these vape and cigarette products don't comply to the same standards that we do. And we also have a bill in the House of Representatives that is going to support and strengthen the anti-illicit trade provisions. So all to say, without repeating what some of my counterparts mentioned, we fully support the policies and the direction of this committee, and we welcome greater enforcement, and we are happy to support in this journey to try to address this very important problem that we're facing. So thank you very much, and count on us for further details.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. We'll finish all the private stakeholders before we open the floor to questions. We call on Mr. D of the Associated Anglo-American Tobacco Corporation.
Good morning, sir. Associated Anglo-American Tobacco Corporation. We are the distant number 3 to my two colleagues here from Philip Morris and JTI. We were founded here in Pasay City in 1949, and we continue to do business here. Now, sir, for the sake of brevity, I won't regurgitate the numbers. My colleagues have done that well enough. But I just want to offer one figure occasioned by Attorney Bartolome's inquiry before Christmas. We had to dig up our original report book, which we submit to the BIR every month as part of our operations. And we surveyed it as he requested from 2014 to 2024. And it's really sad to see, because in 2014, we averaged 14,500 master cases per month. Now in 2024, we're down to 8,000 cases. It's a 45% reduction, and that concurrently has a knock-on effect on our workers and on our working hours. I think we lost about 30% of our workforce because of that. And for the government, if I had that 14,500 master cases, I would have been paying the government an extra 2.5 billion this year. Note, that's extra, not the whole amount. And if you throw in the VAT, I'd be paying 3. Now, I won't belabor the how, but I'd like to share some insight on why the illicit trade is proliferating right now. And in our opinion, based on our experience as sellers and manufacturers, it comes down to two things: taxation and enforcement. Now, on the first point, as we've stated, the tax goes up every year. Right now, it's 65 pesos. And let's throw in 15 pesos for VAT, so for 80 pesos per pack. So anyone who sells a master case without paying the tax already earns 40,000 pesos. Just the evaded tax alone. That doesn't count the patong, so to speak, for the manufacturing cost and profit. Now, compare that with the laws designed to punish this kind of behavior, which has not yet been amended. And I hope it is amended because last time I checked the National Internal Revenue Code, CODAL, penalty was only 4 years imprisonment. It's very low. Now you compare that to, say, something like dangerous drugs, where 2 ounces gets you life imprisonment. It's not shocking why people will turn to this kind of trade because the profits are very good. And also you compare the fact that in our experience, and we laud the BIR and the customs for their efforts, especially the raid in Cebu, that was November 2024, we still did not feel any difference. The supply just continues on because it's really the effort. Well, and also with the passage of the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, we thought they would be stopping. We would stop the proliferation of illicit trade, but it did not. In fact, even after the raids, the supply was not abated. Of course, you could argue that they're still stuck with the retailers and the wholesalers. But months on, the product just flows. It does not stop. The reason we believe this is happening is, aside from the temptation of profit, is the fact that the laws as they are engineered right now are aimed for big game hunting. We're hunting elephants, so to speak. Manufacturers, smugglers, importers, or distribution centers, the big warehouses where the product is stockpiled. But the problem, if you look at the Anti-Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, the amount minimum is 10 million. No one carries that amount anymore. They will just go below that. And at the same time, these people are well-resourced. They're very good at hiding. They have the lawyers to prevent criminal prosecution. So in effect, we're wasting so many resources. You're bailing out the ocean with a bucket. Because you catch one, there are gonna be dozens waiting out there to fill the gap. And that's just the locals, the illicit factories we've caught. Over the years, the BIR has found factories in farmsteads, in abandoned beach resorts, in warehouses. In fact, in this room, you could put four packing making lines. You could produce 2,000 master cases a week already. And that would earn you about roughly 96 million pesos a week. Easy. And so, in our opinion, we should not be overly focused on these big targets because it's pointless. What we should be really targeting are the wholesalers, retailers, and online platforms. Because remember, the average Filipino does not go to the importer or the factory to buy cigarettes. He goes to the store around the corner. These are the people who actually put the illicit product in front of the consumer to buy. I mean, in a way, from a legal perspective, the tax evasion happens at the point of importation or manufacture. But for the criminal, the point of profit is when it changes hands with the consumer. Before that point, the product is essentially a live grenade because if they get caught with that, they don't earn anything, they go to jail instead. So there's a Chinese saying, behead a chicken to scare the monkey. And we believe this should be our approach in addressing illicit trade. Because if you go after the wholesalers, retailers, and the online sellers, these people are not anonymous. They're not mobile. And they won't have the same resources to go to protect themselves against the government. So logic will follow that conviction should be easier to secure. And if you scare these people, just catch even one and send them to jail. The rest will follow. All of them will they will be afraid to carry the product. And if they're afraid to carry the product, all your big smugglers, your big factories will have nowhere to sell their products. It's like you turn off the faucet, there's no water. So our suggestion is that we should amend our laws to bring down the threshold for prosecution and expand the ability of the government to enforce. Because presently, the point people are the Department of Finance. If you see a pack like this one, like Carnival, what can you do? You have to report to the BIR. They will do surveillance, post-buyer, warrant. That takes weeks, months even. And they're not gonna expend these resources on a small fry retailer. But if only we could get the police to say, obvious, that's fake. Come with me to the police station already. That would dissuade anyone from attempting to carry these products. And if we can get to that point, we believe that people will stop selling the cigarettes, will stop selling this illicit trade. So with that, thank you, sir. These are our comments. We will submit our position paper to Attorney Baltolme also, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your very practical and real world comments on the situation right now. Again, I'll open the floor for questions later on when we finish the comments from our private stakeholders. We also have from Indigo Distribution Corporation, Mr. Chamsai.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning po. I'm going to keep my comments brief kasi it's lunchtime na, no? But before anything, I feel that speaking on behalf of the vape industry, we would like to commend the actions of the government agencies in the last 6 to 8 months, no? Because in our case, for example, I think the actions of, like, let's say, the raids conducted by the BIR, the TTI, the seizures done in customs have been very effective. We aren't a big industry yet. The vape industry is actually maybe about 10 to 12 years old only in the Philippines. I wish we had large companies in this industry. Unfortunately, we don't. What you have are a hodgepodge of mom and pop companies that grew at a time when this was really a cottage industry. So a lot of the people who lead the industry today are people who started literally making their own vape juice in their kitchen and selling this, and then dun lumaki lang yung business nila. We are the poor cousin of the tobacco industry in terms of nicotine products, simply for the fact that we do not have enough retail outlets compared to tobacco. Tobacco has millions of sari-sari stores that's where predominantly majority of the sales happen. We have less than 50,000 legitimate vape stores operating today, with many starting to close. And while it's true there are a lot of illicit traders going on, and certainly I will be the first one to say that the industry is a mess, I think a lot of the moves being done by government today are headed in the right direction. It's not necessarily practical for us because a lot of the laws change every 6 months. May bago. But we understand. We know that they're grappling with a changing environment, and this is a new industry nobody's really familiar with. So I concur with a lot of the things that were said here. I think largely the annual increase in taxes is going to incentivize a lot of people to smuggle. I think majority of the smuggling will cease when we can find a way to actively enforce. Now, I cannot speak for the tobacco industry, but in the vape industry, for example, last year there were about, I think, close to 45, 50 importers. Today, we think there's about maybe a third of that only left. And a lot of people are leaving na. And the reason for that is nahihirapan na sila, no? So I think vape as an industry has to find its place in the scheme of things. But I don't think that we're going to be replacing tobacco soon. And I don't think, regardless of the growth that we have, at least for the next 3 to 5 years, I don't think it's going to impact tobacco revenues that much. Yun lang po.
Thank you, Mr. Chamsai. We call on Mr. Aranza of the FPI.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. allow me first to mention something about the cigarette industry, because I'm not in cigarette business, but it's open that the two big manufacturers are members of the Federation of Philippine Industries. May I, in one of the hearings in the Senate years back, when they want to increase the tax, I mentioned that increasing the tax too high will encourage and give appetite to all these smugglers to come. Because on the tax alone, they make money. On the tax alone. And I don't know if there is a direct relationship now when you increase and see whether the increase in smuggling is also going up. I believe that's happening. I just don't have the figure. Number two is I don't know if this why it was not taken up. But in one of the meetings of the FBI with the secret group, there was a colonel. I forget the name. I'm so sorry. I'm too old to remember. I forget the name, but that colonel reported that when the raided rebels camp, they saw a lot of smuggled cigarettes. And to me, I can surmise that that is because it is light and a high value. So it might be a source of funding by these rebels. So I think government should look into this too. And another issue that I gathered from the people from cigarette business is there was also a raid conducted at Clark, Special Economic Zone. I don't know what happened, but there is a manufacturer. So it seems that smuggling is not only coming from outside. It is coming from within the Special Economic Zone, especially in area where you declare it as a free port, but it's a combination of a free port and you also allow local manufacturers to put up their plant there. So it is so hard for you to detect whether this is part of the 70% or 30% that they sell in the domestic market, or is it for their export? I heard that the text written on the cigarette packs are in Filipino. So how can that be for export? I don't know of any country which is Filipino speaking, except Philippines. So it must be in the Philippines. So, by the way, I will be also submitting to you, Mr. Chair, the column that I've written in time with last July 25th, when we had our first convention, a meeting, a summit of the illicit trade, anti-illicit trade summit. I'm also concurrently the chairman of the anti-illicit trade in the Federation of Philippine Industries. I have a column, and I mentioned that the effect of illicit trade, it has effect on economic, there is economic repercussions. Government revenue loss, lot of money. For instance, there was, I reported to the Office of the President the smuggling of palm oil, which is supposed to be for compounding for animal feeds, but it's not. It's replacing coconut, competing unfairly because they're exempted from the tax. Unfortunately, until now, the President took cognizance of it. Unfortunately, until now, nobody has been investigated. I'm talking of the Bureau of Animal Industry that issues the certificate, but earlier the certificate was being issued by the Food and Drug. So heads should roll. Itong grupong ito eh. Talagang the requirement of BIR is it should be unfit for human consumption. Unfortunately, when the certification was done, it says cannot be used for human. These are two different things. Wala pa hong nakakasuhan. But BIR is looking into 7 companies. 7 companies. I had a talk with the chairman, the commissioner, and they're evaluating now the importations they have. The hearing of Chairman Saceda earlier, 2 years ago, the estimate that they have taken from the fat of the government, cover of the government is about 45 billion pesos. And I don't want these issues to become like the tire companies, Mr. Chairman. The tire companies, we had 6 before. And you should have seen how Goodyear tires, when they closed, yung mga empleyado nag-iiyakan eh. Because nobody took cognizance when I reported to the customs during the time of Morales that Gadjatungal Tires declared their tire at $5 per tire. Where can you find a car a tire at $5? So we only have one tire companies today, which is Yokohama inside Clark. What happened to our textile industry is the same. Our textile industry before had 1.5 million spindle, and each spindle can employ 35 people on a 24-hour shift. But today we have only 100,000 spindle, eaten by all what the ukay-ukay that we call. And despite the fact there is a Republic Act 4653 that prohibits the importation of used clothing to the country because of health reason, and number one is dignity of the nation. That's why one time there was somebody who said that they want to legalize it. I said, how much do you put as a value for the dignity of the nation? There's no value. So I have to stop this. It is happening now to the glass industry, Mr. Chairman. A court issued an injunction. For 5 years now, there is no standard being checked for glass importation, flat glass. And so it put to risk all our people, our homeowners. And something has to be done. And I hope that the Senate can come out with a law that similar to the agricultural sector, where environmental laws can only be issued injunction by the Supreme Court. But in this particular case, glass, the standards can issue, any court, any RTC can issue. So there will be as many injunction issued every time they lift one, another RTC will issue. I hope this can be patterned after the one for environmental, Mr. Chairman. I really hope because in the environmental laws, only Supreme Court, may I repeat, only Supreme Court can issue injunction. No other courts. So I don't want things to happen also. It is happening now. We have 12 manufacturer of gas cylinder. But importations declaring it at 400 pesos per pressure tank cylinder, gas cylinder. But when they collect deposit, it's so easy to catch them. When they collect deposits, they collect 1,900. So how can they earn from deposit? It is by a violation of law. So pag kinumpara ho yung 400 ang declared mo, and why are you collecting 1,900? It's a simple mathematics. I don't know why the regulatory bodies cannot look at these issues. Anyway, I will just submit copies of my, although I send copies of my column in the Business Mirror to all the senators, all congressmen, but I will send again, Mr. Chairman. And feel free to call our group if in case you need other information, other than what happened.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ranza. And talking about columns, newspaper columns, let me also call on one of my favorite columnists. I read his column almost every week. Mr. Oplas of the Minimal Government Thinkers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I have an 11 slide presentation. I think I can deliver it in.
Go ahead, Mr. Oplas.
Yes. So, illicit trade, declining revenues, and the upward curve of Philippines tobacco taxation. So that's the invitation letter. And I want to open with a quote from Finance Secretary Ralph Jericho. He said that if you examine our tax collection, there is only one entry in all, and that is the heavy reliance on sin taxes. So much that in 1912, when we were already under American rule, alcohol and tobacco combined for almost 9 million total revenue. Take. In short, the vices finance the virtues of the Americans were preaching. So the demonization of alcohol, tobacco stretched back more than a decade, more than a century ago. Next. This is from my column last June. So the Laffer curve is just a concept, but I plotted the actual numbers, and the numbers are real and not hypothetical. So from 30 pesos per pack in 2017, it gave DOF 106 billion. By 2021, 50 pesos per pack, 176 billion. And from there, it went south, no? 55 pesos per pack in 2022 yielded 160 billion. 60 pesos per pack 2023, 135 billion. So, and from, well, the data from as of June, my estimate is that for 2024, it will be about 123 billion pesos. So the Laffer curve analysis, the optimal tax rate is 50 pesos, no? There's only one optimal rate, no? It's not 30 or 50, it's only 50 pesos. Beyond 50 pesos, you get inferior revenues, no? Right, next slide. Another from my column last October. So this is the data from for total beer elections, the so-called sin products. Again, the tobacco, alcohol collection is increasing. Okay, sweetened beverage tobacco is increasing. Practically everyone in the excise tax category increasing except tobacco. Next. So these are some of the report that I gathered. Lawmaker wants to build support to strengthen the law. So even Yellow Pad, no, they were some NGOs who were pushing for high tax. Now they recognize the problem of illicit revenue, illicit trade. Next. Tobacco growers, illegal vapes, threatening farmers, high tobacco encourage smuggling, economists, and that is the economy from University of Asia and the Pacific. Next. This from Philippine Star alone, March to December. BOC is 3 billion, 4 billion, 7 billion. That is for vapes alone, no? Yeah. Yan. Ayan, ang dami. Next. 13 billion, illicit vape, 6 billion, 12 billion. And you know, I did not even get data from stories from Inquirer sa business world and Philstar lang ako loyal. Next. So who benefit from higher tobacco taxes? Yung mga kriminal, mga smuggler, mga terorista, no? So kaya sa isang interview nga sa Cebu, sa Mindanao, oy, pag bumili kayo ng smuggled tobacco, yung mga nagbumba-bumba sa inyo, yun ang bibigyan nyo ng pera. Because the government collection is zero. Ang kumikita doon yung mga terorista, mga nagbumba-bumba sa inyo. Kaya hanggat maaari, huwag na kayong bumili ng illicit. Next. So from the data, the most recent data, I revised the Laffer curve. So it turns out that it doesn't really going down. So after going up, then it goes down, and then it's some sort of a plateau, and it will resume the decline maybe in succeeding years. I made this infographics only this morning. So the data from the business world, yeah, it is 131 billion for January to November, and my estimate that could be about 140 billion. So 135 billion 2023 could be 140 billion this year. So may kunting angat last. Next. This is my last slide. So, lawful carbo tobacco is real. It is not fictional or imaginary. The higher the tax rate, the lower the tax revenue. The optimal tax rate is 50 pesos, not 55, not 60, not 45. It's 50 pesos. Next. Newton's third law of motion. No? Newton's law of motion, law number one, the law of inertia, an object in motion will remain in motion unless an external force acts on it. The second law is the law of acceleration. The third law is action and reaction. For every if you apply it in economics, for every government action, for every high taxation, there is an equal opposite distortion and tax evasion. So there is a merger between natural science and economic science. Third, high tobacco to reduce smoking is a fake and failed narrative. Recall the statement of Secretary Rector that since 1912, 29, dependence on alcohol tobacco 29% now is down to 8%. The major beneficiary of high tobacco taxation is not government. It's the smugglers, criminals, terrorists, their protectors in government. More illicit tobacco means more smoking, actually, not less. Third, and number 5, reliance on alcohol tobacco to fund universal health care is wrong, because because when they say that, oh, alcohol tobacco is bad, but then say, oh, we want also more money from alcohol and tobacco. So when there are more drinkers and smokers and vapors, the health establishment is jumping. This should not happen. It should not be the case. To avoid this irony, there should be zero in marking. There should be zero going to DOH and PhilHealth. It should go entirely to retire public debt. Whatever savings, interest payment, that should be allocated for DOH and PhilHealth. What to do? Well, the DOH, the DOF and the BIR already outlined that. But my last proposal is that it should go back to 50 pesos per pack. Whatever tax rate can give us, so the Department of Finance should get 176 billion pesos, not 160 billion, not 135. Stick to the higher revenue, and that the optimal rate would be 50 pesos per pack. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Oplas, for your very provocative suggestions and recommendations. That's why I read your article every week, because of that, those provocative comments and especially the analysis. I really take note of the analysis, from energy to the economy to illicit trade. I really learn a lot from your article. Let me also call AER, represented by Attorney Tankeng.
So good morning, Mr. Chair. While I am in a position seated beside everybody else, I think Mr. Oplas and I have worked in the past on access to medicines, but I think we agree to disagree on a lot of things. And I will be speaking not only in behalf of Action for Economic Reforms, but I believe this is also the position of a majority of the Syntax Coalition people or advocates of the Syntax. So the series of tobacco and e-cigarette excise tax increases from 2012 to 2020 has made the Philippines a global leader in tobacco taxation and tobacco control. Through sin taxes, we have successfully prevented smoking initiation, encouraged smoking cessation, and raised revenues for universal health care, saving the lives of millions of Filipinos. We are also concerned, Mr. Chair, over the recent decline in tobacco tax revenues. Given that the relationship between cigarette prices and tobacco tax revenues is not a direct correlation, we can say that illicit trade may be a proximate cause of the decline in tobacco tax revenues. Given its nature, it is difficult to find a reliable and independent resource that reports the exact size of illicit trade in the country. Independent estimates ranges from 10.7%, according to Lavares et al. Of 2021, to 12.79% from Austria and Villanueva of 2021, on cigarettes in the Philippines being illicit. A common trend observed in the literature is that despite the overall consumption of cigarettes continuously falling since the late 2000s, the number of illicit cigarettes being consumed appears to be rising. Contrary to industry claims and many of what has been mentioned here earlier, independent studies show that there is no evidence that tobacco tax increase caused illicit trade in the Philippines. Global evidence shows that illicit trade is more a function of poor tax administration and poor governance rather than tobacco tax rate increases. Illicit trade can be neutralized by good governance and good institutions. Further, the overall level of smuggling is generally higher in countries that have lower cigarette prices, which are generally also countries with a lower tax rate than in countries that have high prices, according to a World Bank study of 2019. And we can provide the committee with the said studies and literature, Your Honor. Mr. Chair, we are thus alarmed by the proposal to impose a moratorium on tobacco tax increases, effectively lowering taxes and lowering revenues. If illicit trade is the issue we are facing, it would be a highly illogical step to reduce tax rates. Based on legislative history, Mr. Chair, tobacco or sin taxes were primarily passed as a health measure with the objective of discouraging cigarette consumption. I believe the good Mr. Chair also had a bill way back of the optimal rate of 70 pesos for tobacco tax increase, if I am not mistaken. If illicit trade is indeed rising, then the government should address enforcement rather than reducing taxes. Reducing taxes will only go against the health objective by making tobacco and e-cigarette products even more accessible to vulnerable groups. Further, lowering tax rates will not even be enough incentive for smokers of illicit cigarettes to shift to licit cigarettes, given the huge price differential between the two, even if taxes were lowered. Let's take, for example, Mr. Chair, a Gen Z smoker who shifted from his original brand, Winston, priced at 165 a pack because he found it too expensive. He shifted to the illicit brand Dunston, which cost 40 a pack, or almost at that. If you search in the internet, it would appear. So even if we were to remove entirely the excise tax of the licit cigarette, it would still cost 100, more than twice the price of the 40 pack of the illicit cigarette. The best policy decision, therefore, would be to stamp out the illicit brands and make the registered brands even more expensive, so that the smoker's choice becomes limited to either stop smoking or pay a higher tax. Clearly, reducing tax rates will not achieve the outcome of making legal cigarettes more competitive. Cutting a few pesos per pack will lead to us forging billions of revenues at a critical time that the economy is struggling to find fiscal space. Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we need to investigate the source of illicit trade. Is it smuggling? Is it counterfeit? In the past, we have seen registered firms engaged in illicit trade. If that remains the case, the lowering of taxes will only mean that illicit trade will continue. We acknowledge the Senate in investigating and really finding out the reasons or depth of the illicit trade, but we hope it rejects the proposal to reduce tobacco taxes. Instead, raising taxes on vape products whose young and vulnerable users are growing rapidly and are being targeted by marketing campaigns. We support legislation to prevent illicit tobacco trade focused on improving enforcement, monitoring the entire value chain of tobacco through a comprehensive track and trace system, and whole of government coordination. We will submit an official position paper, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Tan Keng. Let me now open the floor for questions, and I'll start off with the youngest person in the room, Mr. Aranza. Since you're the youngest person here in the room.
Information, Mr. Chair, I am 82 years old.
Correct. No?
And a cancer survivor.
So very, very young pa. No? Let's be honest to ourselves. Smuggling is an age-old industry in the Philippines. It's been there for very, very long time. Sometimes there's boom periods for smugglers. Sometimes there's bane period for smugglers. Sometimes it's quiet, but it's always been there in many products. Like you said, whether it's textile, it's cement, it's glass. Now it's cigarette. It's been there for a very long time. So based on your experience and based and being the point person for the Federation of Philippine Industry, what is the ultimate solution to stop smuggling in our country? You know? Because it has been there for a very long time. In many, and I'm talking about in general terms. Of course, you have smuggling in plastics. You have smuggling in virtually almost in rice, in agriculture. I think that's also a big problem right now. And now this is a problem with cigarettes. No? So, what is the source of? Well, first of all, let me backtrack. What is the reason for smuggling in our country, and what is, in your opinion, should be a top solution or top 3 solution in order to curb or minimize? I don't think we can eliminate it, but minimize smuggling so that it will not be an economic issue that we are facing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, you know, smuggling can be stopped, can be minimized, but we need the cooperation of the private sector and the government regulatory bodies. All importations, let's not talk about high seas smuggling. All importation passes through Bureau of Customs. In other words, Bureau of Customs is the first line of defense insofar as smuggled goods are concerned. Insofar as drugs and food, the first line of defense also is the food and drug. So we have to make a strong food and drug and discipline the Bureau of Customs so that this can be eliminated right in the doorstep. If you observe, without casting aspersion on the customs, if you observe, all importations passes through customs, and it goes to the factories, to the warehouses. And they later on raid the warehouses. Why can't they not discover it right inside customs? It doesn't take a genius to know that. Just examine the goods coming in with the standards, with the all laws pertaining to the goods, and you will know whether it is undervalued, this misclassified, misdeclared, and so stop it. In the valuation, you have the committee on valuation. You call and ask importers to submit so that you will know the right, the customer or the importers who are really declaring true value as against those who are not. There is always a point of comparison. Then, if they are able to escape from the customs and from the food and drug, then the last line of defense is the Bureau of Internal Revenue. For instance, in the case of Pamolin, the Bureau of Internal Revenue is looking at it. The food and the agriculture is looking at it too. How can you? It's so. It doesn't take a genius to know this. Pamolin, I met with the Secretary of Agriculture that time, the previous one. I was asked by the President to see the Secretary. I said, Pamolin, do you know what Pamolin is? They could not answer me. I said, Pamolin is a derivative of palm oil. It is fractionated, passing through 11 degrees so that all the solid will be set aside and the liquid is called olein. And olein is processed to fit for human consumption. But the order is, it can only be imported for compounding if it is unfit for human consumption. But I told the Secretary and the Food and Drug and the Bureau of Animal, pag in-import mo ito, these are designed for human being consumption. Bakit nakalusot dyan? But yung certify. Until now, Mr. Chair. There's a delay. And one that discourages us to fight is, for instance, we ask Bureau of Customs because we cannot find any case against any smuggler. Only custom can file. Tama ho ba? Only custom. So, sabi namin sa custom, itong ulin, for instance, let's consider. Bakit yung pinapasok ito? Ba't yung na-certify ng Food and Drug at later on, ang nagsacertify na ang Bureau of Animal Industry? So makitang-kita eh. Ibig sabihin, it's too obvious that you can see it. You don't need a scientist to know. So if all regulatory bodies will cooperate and work together, mahirapan nung pumasok ang smuggler. Sabi nga ni Senator Villar in one of the hearings, sabi niya sa agriculture, kaya daw gusto niya na non-bailable because only rich people can do smuggling. Wala hong mahirap na kaka-smuggle. Hindi makabili nga ng isang salup ng bigas, mag-smuggle pa. Pero ang punto rito, pag pera daw ang pinag-uusapan, sorry to say this, no? Walang problema sa mayaman ang pera. They can pay for their freedom. Pero pag hindi non-bailable, maski anong pera, hindi kaya. That's why we are suggesting also that it's not only agriculture, but all imported products should be non-bailable. That will only be the way to deter rich people from going into smuggling. It's their freedom. They will value that. Madali hong, marami na ho akong na-submit, Mr. Chair, na mga issues sa smuggling. Ang steel, halimbawa, delay ho, isa rin legal. Steel, Kingston Trading, pinakasuhan ho namin sa custom. Nag-cooperate ang custom. Hinayin na ng kaso, Court of Tax Appeal, etc., etc. You know, it took 18 years before a decision was made by the Supreme Court putting them to jail. Namatay na yung nagnakaw eh. Saka lang lumawas. These are documented, Mr. Chair. So, ang talagang solusyon dito, let us work together. Smuggling will kill our industry, will kill our economy, will kill our country. Let's work together. Palakasin natin ang first line of defenses natin. And then yung BIR, let's meet every now and then so that coordinated lahat ang gawa natin. Yun lang ho, sana. Hindi ho natin kailangan ng scientist dito, Mr. Chair. Common sense lang at dedication. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ranza. Let me ask Congressman Nograles, and because you represent the manufacturers, what is the source of illicit trade? What is the causes of illicit trade? Where is it coming from? What is the motivation or incentive for cigarette? I'm talking about cigarettes now. Cigarette illicit trade based on your analysis.
Mr. Chair, all data suggests that the price is the major driver. So, the actual alternative to high-priced tobacco is illicit tobacco. So, if illicit tobacco is present, readily available, then the tendency is to shift because of, limited income, limited disposable income. So with limited disposable income, it just makes sense that the alternative is actually not quitting. The alternative is illicit tobacco. As to the point of AER earlier, that enforcement is key. Yes, enforcement is key. That's absolutely the point. But it has come to a point where, like mentioned earlier, the surveys and estimates show that 51% of Mindanao is already illicit. That's already majority. Can you imagine the second biggest island of our country? The revenue leak there is big and overwhelming. There is an issue also. I agree with what Mr. D mentioned earlier, that if there is no successful prosecution, then what's there to stop the illicit traders, smugglers, manufacturers? Case in point, it was just fairly recent that the CTA dismissed one of the major busts in illicit manufacturing and trading. They did not accept the evidence. I think that's about a big blow to the campaign against illicit, and the government is hurting. The whole, from the NTA here present, the police present, the DOH present, everyone is hurting. Taxpayers are hurting that was dismissed instead of convictions.
Is this?
GBBEM, People of the Philippines versus GBBEM, was dismissed just a few months ago, Mr. Chair, by the CTA, and they're not accepting the evidence. Earlier, I think, I forget which resource person, Mr. Chair, mentioned the big raid in Bulacan. That big raid in Bulacan happened after the signing of the Agricultural Economic Sabotage Act, which, by the way, according to that act, which is self-executory already, if you're caught with 10 million pesos, that's already a non-bailable offense. Now, citing the Bulacan incident, if memory serves me right, it was intellectual property, tax evasion, and human trafficking. Pero hindi po kasama yung agricultural economic sabotage. Bakit? Kasi domestically manufactured daw. Kailangan smuggled, so imported. I asked the National Tobacco Administration if the leaf comes from local sources and the machine itself is local, and no, it's not. The NTA said they don't have any records. So maybe we should assume, if there's no records in the NTA, maybe we should assume, legally assume, that it is smuggled, that the machine is smuggled in, that the leaf used in the manufacturing in Bulacan is smuggled in. And I don't think it's too late for our prosecutors to even consider that, and our investigators to consider that for the Bulacan case, which happened November. 3.5 billion din yan, Mr. Chair. Now, if we want to really scare the smugglers, prevent selling to the youth, I agree with the AER lady over here, Attorney Tan Kieng, that we do have to increase prosecution, conviction, to say that this government and the Congress is very serious in stopping the tax leakage. So, yun po, Mr. Chair. And of course, there are recommendations from the DOF that we support. And as to the sources, Mr. Chair, to be honest, I headed the TWG on anti-illicit trade for both agriculture and tobacco back in the 18th Congress. And I'd have to say the source will always be there so long as the market is present. So long as money will change hands, the source can be domestic, can be international. They'll take advantage of the porous borders in the south, where we still have questions on jurisdiction. Our Philippine Navy is also, if I may say, our Philippine Navy is also not entrusted with police power. So even if they see a smuggler, can they really stop? They're not empowered. With the AES law, if the council is convened by the president upon the recommendation of the Department of Agriculture Secretary, then they can start deputizing. The council can start deputizing entities to stop smuggling. There are also, you can ask it with the PNP or later, there are also jurisdiction concerns. So just as an example, if there is a truck full of smuggled goods crossing Region 10 to BARM to Region 11, whose jurisdiction is that, Mr. Chair? How do we prosecute that? The PPO, CPO, the regional? May mga issues din na ganon, Mr. Chair. So, the AES Council, once it's convened, can start deputizing and giving these direct orders. I cannot blame the PNP, the NBI, because there's also a need for direct orders to implement such law for as far as the enforcement is concerned. Meanwhile, the industry who wishes to pay more taxes, who wishes to pay the government more, is suffering and needs the help of Congress. So we concur with the DOF's point on this one. I hope that answers, Mr. Chair.
If enforcement, I keep on hearing enforcement, no, stronger enforcement, but based on the statements of BOC and BIR combined, they have already, just on 2024 alone, they've conducted 459 raids and seizures. No, that's almost one per day. So I'm trying to understand if, in fairness to them, no, they've been doing a lot of these enforcement activities just on 2024 alone. And how come we are seeing a faster uptick based on the statement of Mr. Silva on illicit trade? And that is also reflected in the Euromonitor data. And I'm quite concerned, no, by 2024, 2025, 20% of cigarettes will be coming from illicit trade. No? So that's 1 out of 5. That's quite concerning because those go under the radar. We don't know what they are. We don't know where they're coming from. At the same time, they don't pay taxes, most importantly. No? So what seems to be the problem if enforcement is being intensified, as you've seen earlier in the presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're asking the right questions. The answer to your question is twofold. Number one, before I say it, we do commend the BIR and the BOC. You have to look at it also, they're getting overwhelmed dahil parami ng parami. Di nila kaya. Ayaw lang nila sabihin, ako na lang magsasabi. Di nila kaya na overwhelm, Mr. Chair. Parami ng parami yung kanilang mga raid dahil parami ng parami yung mga nag-engage ng illegal activities, ng illicit trade. Dahil yung illicit trade, parami ng parami dahil palaki ng palaki ang opportunity nila. Bakit palaki ng palaki ang opportunity nila? Pataas ng pataas ang buwis. Pataas na pataas ang buwis, pwede palaki ng palaki ang kanilang potential. That's basic economic 101 yan, Mr. Chair. You stand to gain more. The tax evader stands to gain more as taxes increase. And if you have created this super highway of
I'll speak in the vernacular para tayo naman, Mr. Senator, kabisado naman tayo sa bumababa sa barangay at usapang kalye. Kaya marunong lang tayo manamit pero kaya natin mag-usapang kalye. Ganito na lang, usapang kalye. Wala naman natatamaan dito sa illegal na sigarilyo, gobyerno lang. Benta mo, hindi naman to drugs eh. Hindi naman to bala eh. Yung usapang kalye, ang katotohanan. O, palaki ng palaki ang buwis. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. Kung nakagawa ka na ng superhighway, hawak mo na isang probinsya, hawak mo ng isang isla, di mo na kailangan magbenta. Marami akong nakitang natatawa dahil naintindihan nila ako. Oo, hawak mo na lahat yan. Kaya mo na bilhin ng buong local government. Mr. Chair, the suggested moratorium worked for Malaysia. Malaysia did 9 years. It worked. And Malaysia was overrun by 40% illicit. Mindanao is 51. Singapore, mayaman niya, malakas yung kanilang enforcement. Worked for them also, 2003 to 2021. Mas matagal pa. But Malaysia is a more interesting study because Malaysia did it for 9 years and was able to arrest not only the illicit trade but also increase government revenue. And Mr. Chair, it's balanced. No one in this room is disagreeing that it has to be a balanced approach. Government revenue, government programs, a willing government taxpayer, a willing legitimate business asking for the illegitimate businesses to stop so that we can continue predictable controls. And that's really it, Mr. Chair. The bottom line answer is taxes will increase, as taxes increase, opportunities for illicit trade increase across any commodity. Red onions, carrots, whatever. Same goes with tobacco. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any comments, Mr. The Best or Mr. Silva, Mr. D on the topic?
Yeah, I can jump in. Thanks.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead, sir.
I mean, I fully concur with what has been said before. I just want to comment to what the representative of the AER said, because there was a quote that there's a tax reduction. Let me be clear, there's no tax reduction. A moratorium is not a reduction, and it's very different. For me, there's one comment, and I addressed it with the PACs here. 40, 50, 140. So the problem is every year when there's a tax increase, we as an industry are somewhat forced to pass it on to the consumers. So this price gap of 90 to 100 will expand, which to the point will open up the gap, open up illicit, and the problem gets bigger and bigger. And that's the only thing what we are aiming for, let's say, that we can stop that and have a joint effort in addressing the government revenues, protecting the farmers and helping the legitimate industry. So that's what I can add to what has been said before.
Well, I'll show a slide, because we also took a look at the pricing. Can you flash that? Well, the disparity is quite big. Illicit cigarette is about 45 per pack. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the licit cigarettes about 60 per pack. 160 per pack. So that's almost more than 3 times the amounts. So if you are conducting illicit trade, the incentives are quite big because it's 3 times the cost of probably more than 3 times because the 45 is not the cost of production. So it's more than 3 times. And Of course, rationally, as the excise tax goes up, the legitimate prices also goes up. No. So based on my own personal analysis, the incentives to conduct illicit trade is quite big because you earn 3 to 4 times as much. No? And dagdagan ko lang yung sinabi ni Congressman Nograles, meron pa tayong sabihin kung wala namang mamamatay, di ba? Tuloy-tuloy lang, no? That's a local saying, no? So with this, let me direct my question to the PNP, the enforcers. No? My question is, who is doing this illicit trade? Meron ba tayong information? Sabi nga ni Mr. Ranza, yung mga mayayaman lang gumagawa, may puhunan lang gumagawa niyan. So who's based on anyone, BOC or BIR, but I'll direct this first to PNP being the chief law enforcement officer. Do you have any information who is doing this illicit trade and where is this coming from? Attorney Tan Chow mentioned that there are also local manufacturers. So when you say illicit trade, it's not only smuggled, but there are also illegal manufacturers. No. So based on your intelligence, information from the PNP, who is doing this illicit trade? Meron ba tayong information dyan?
Good morning, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. As to the part of the PNP, Your Honor, all our operations on this particular laws were conducted in coordination with the national agencies, Your Honor, which are directly for this particular laws, Your Honor. Our list of persons who are in illicit trade or doing illicit crimes were all those who were captured or arrested during the raid or law enforcement operations, Your Honor, but not we have no particular names of companies or any organizations doing the illicit, Your Honor. I think the concerned national agency, maybe, Your Honor, has, because sometimes our role in this particular laws are purely in support, Your Honor, particularly through intelligence, counterintelligence, and law enforcement operations and information disseminations, Your Honor.
You have, I want to call on NBI also. I think NBI is here. Both NBI and PNP, but who do you have any information who is doing this? I'll show another. I'll go back to the slide earlier, slide 4. In 2023, 11 billion sticks were smuggled or came from illicit trade. No, so this is not small amount. Hindi ito yung pinapasok sa airport pag bumibil, diba? Pag nag-abroad, punta ka ng duty free, pwede kang bumili ng sigarilyo. Hindi ito yung pinapasok sa maleta lang. These are containers, most likely containers coming in, most likely mass production being conducted. So there is some form of organization and capital that comes into play with illicit trade, because 11 billion sticks is no small amount. No? So based on your information from the PNP and from the NBI, who are the people behind this illicit trade? Or maybe BIR or BOC can also join if you have any information. Hindi ito yung, alam mo, pag mag-abroad tayo, may nakita kang sigarilyo, bibili mo, lagay mo sa maleta mo, hindi ito pa isa-isang kaha eh. No? Container ito yung pumapasok eh. So do we have any information on how Who are the people behind this? How is it being smuggled? Meron ba kayo information, PNP? Or NBI? Anyone, any of the enforcement agencies?
To the chair, sir. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Colonel Balones from the Directorate for Operations, National Headquarters, Philippine National Police. Our operations concentrates on the streets, on the last line or the distribution. That's why the suspects arrested were those small time. And some interdiction maybe, interdiction on the streets from vehicles may be apprehended. But those are, again, just people. As a matter of fact, since our GPNP created the Special Task Force Plutus, we have that, sir, in response to government, in our support for the government to curb smuggling. STF Plutus was initiated or started in July 19, 2024. 2024. Now, the task force has already accomplished 2.4 billion of all the, if I may say, 800, more than 800 operations conducted since then, since July 19, 2024 to December 31, 2024. We have already confiscated worth of smuggled goods around 2.4 billion and apprehended 700 suspects. But again, Your Honor, these suspects are not mastermind. They are the ones peddling these illicit cigarettes. Because their entry is not, again, I will support our industry president here, Mr. Aranza, that the entry is through customs. We have no access to that. So the jurisdiction is a problem for the law enforcement. But we support the latest law of RA 120/2020. We belong to the law enforcement group that we are willing to participate more in curbing this illicit trade of goods. And we will be needing, the law states that there should be a deputation. But the PNP is really willing to do its best to support our industry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Colonel, who is the mastermind or who are the masterminds?
Again, sir, these are will be for the investigation to answer, because what we have apprehended are low peddlers, dealers that are not mastermind. They are just people of this illicit activity.
Are they connected to any organized group, any terrorist group? And I'll show a slide. We just came across this article that it came out in the past investigations that cigarette smuggling is connected to private army groups, to the Abu Sayyaf, to basically terrorism. No? So, in other words, indirectly, by not curbing illicit trade, indirectly, or maybe directly for this matter, we're funding these terrorist groups who is wreaking havoc in our southern borders. So, ito, nakita ko lang sa Manila Bulletin and Inquirer. No, I think this is based on investigations by our enforcement agencies. So, in other words, there is some form of connection between this illicit cigarette traders and also terrorist groups, namely Abu Sayyaf. No? And if we don't curb illicit trade, then we're funding their criminal activities and terrorism activities in our in the southern part of the Philippines. Meron ba kayong ganitong mga na-detect in your investigation?
To the chair, sir, Your Honor, this matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, and I cannot even state facts as to this matter. Maybe through the because of the sensitivity of the matter, we will refer your question to the right office of the Philippine National Police, which is the Directorate for Intelligence.
So it's not only reversing our gains in terms of smoking prevalence, it's also funding terrorism in the Philippines. No? In other words, this is what we are detecting. Yes, Congressman Jericho, Congressman Nograles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to react quickly on the question of the Honorable Chairperson as a former legislator and the author of the Anti-Terror Act of 2020. In my research for the Anti-Terror Act, yes, terrorism and smuggling go hand in hand, regardless of what kind of smuggling. In fact, it was revealed to me by our intelligence services in the course of the research that not only cigarette smuggling was also routes in southern Mindanao were also utilized for the smuggling of bombs and bomb paraphernalia. Also human smuggling, Mr. Chair. So the cigarette smuggling routes are the routes that would pave the way for other kinds of smuggling: drugs, guns, bombs, terrorists, terrorist teachers, bomb making teachers, both Indonesia and other. So I will be the one to confirm based on the research from the previous Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And let me direct this to Congressman Nograles and to the private sector, especially the tobacco industry. Same question. Who is behind this illicit trade? Who are, aside from the terrorist groups, as obviously that came out in the news report, are there also non-terrorist groups? For example, mga kapitalista or mga, plain and simple mga sindikato who's funding and bringing all of these illicit cigarettes. Based on your information and based on your intelligence, I'm sure you have intelligence on the ground. Mr. D, go ahead. Yeah, I think.
Well, sir, I can attest to the criminal aspect because, sir, during 2012, during the discussion of the sin tax law, we were actually in contact with a reporter from Net25. I'm not sure if the station is still around, but we were supposed to do a story about exactly this, smuggling and illicit trade in Mindanao. And then our sales agent was supposed to come in. I won't name him, obviously, for safety reasons. He was supposed to come in and give his testimony on the story. Pagbalik niya sa baryo niya, hinahanap na siya. So, yes, sir, there is an organized body behind this. At the time, of course, they're criminals, sir. Very well armed criminals, I will say that, sir.
Like I said, you cannot be a simple smuggler if you smuggle 11 billion sticks. How many cases is that? 11 billion sticks? More or less. More or less. Definitely containers, diba?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can
go
I
ahead.
say something? Probably Philip Morris Group can tell us the colonel who made the report, because when the colonel was making a report that they have come across lahat ng mga camp ng rebels sa Rene nila, puro cigarette, yung illegal cigarette. I was with the Philip Morris Group when the colonel was reporting through video. Baka matandaan yung pangalan ng colonel. That was in nasa Pampanga tayo, di ba? Nalimutan. Anyway, but my point, asking naman yung the head, the core group. Mr. Chair, I was the one who identified in the Senate hearing the biggest rice smuggler during the time of the presidency of Manong Johnny. I identified him because hinit namin sila sa TV, sa program, and then he filed a case of libel against me. In the libel case, he said that I'm sure Mr. Aranza was the one was referring to me because I am the only I am the person by the name of, I only mentioned it, David Sumbangayan, also known as David Dan. On that basis, that was the complaint filed against me. Na-dismiss yung, but I was able to give that to the previous Secretary of Justice, si Laila de Lima, and doon na-identify. Pero ang tanong ko, during that hearing, kinuha siya ng FBI eh. Badly kasi ayun tumayo na nung ma-identify na. But from that time on, walang kaso ho. Nung naupo ng bagong presidente, wala rin akong nakitang kaso. So I inquired, ba't walang kaso yun? Hanggang ngayon hindi ko alam, but I think he is still in circulation. No? So baka ho, makita natin kung paano ito nag-i-exist. Baka matitrace natin kung ano ang system na ginagawa. Because the case was filed, pero walang nag-asikaso sa kaso. I checked with the Pasig Court. Walang nagpupursu ng case. I took that risk in identifying him. Until now, when I say his name, kasi noted yan, but wala akong magagawa. We have to do it.
What I'm trying to establish, Mr. Ranza and everyone, is the side effects of illicit trade, meaning the other effects of illicit trade, that the monies being earned from illicit trade goes to terrorism, goes to criminal syndicates. That's the one I'm trying to establish. So it's not only creating economic damage, but also peace and order issue. It becomes a peace and order issue. No, so that's what I'm trying to establish.
Siguro, Mr. Chair, yung binanggit ko nga na it was a report during may report sa amin na sinabi nung colonel na nakikita nila sa mga kampo pag nagre-raid sila, may mga cigarette. Sabi ko nga, magaan yun eh. Mahal na, magaan pa, madaling i-transport. Yun ang sagot ko sa kanya. But I know, yung raiding team, composite group na nagre-raid, yung sa Mindanao yun eh. Do you recall, Juan? Anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Ranza. We'll call on. Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon.
Deputy Commissioner Uy.
I'm Deputy Commissioner Juby Maksui. Everybody is talking about Mindanao. Philip Morris knows that. And March 19, 2023, we raided one of the biggest warehouse in Hulo. It's about 19,800 master cases worth 1.5 billion pesos. I personally led the trade, being a retired Army Major General. So everybody is talking about Mindanao. My last 6 years of assignment is in Mindanao before retirement. Sir, there are considerations why smuggling exists, specifically in the southern border. One consideration because of its our porous borders, and second consideration is, as of date, our local vessels are not mandated to have an automatic identification system, which is an internationally accepted laws that vessels should have that for safety and, of course, for navigation purposes. Second is the number of private ports in the Philippines. There are so many private ports. Why smuggling is unabated? And this is the responsibility of the local government units. Third, another consideration is ships now are not just ships. Ships have its own lift capability in which this has an organic crane. An organic crane could make an outright smuggling at the high seas. So these are considerations why illicit cigarettes in Mindanao are existing, and it's now about 51%. Customs is doing its best, including BIR in coordination with other law enforcement agencies, to stop smuggling of illicit cigarettes specifically. But all our efforts, you said the numbers, almost we are doing it every day, at least one every day. but it still persists to exist. On the information that illicit cigarettes funds terrorism and other crimes in specifically in the island provinces, I command the brigade in 2017 in there. Almost all camps in the island provinces, you will see it, the camps of Abu Sayyaf, then that because the smoke cigarettes that are not legal cigarettes, Philip Morris, Marlboro, almost the smoke cigarettes that comes from our southern border. So you could not see people there not smoking cigarettes that are smoked by people in the urban areas in the NCR. So if you really know the conclusion that people are expanding terrorism and crimes, I believe it is. Thank you, sir.
Deputy Commissioner. We call on NTA, the National Tobacco Administration, for any comments on the discussion.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We concur with the issue here that illicit trade is really a perennial problem of our country that affects our private sectors and particularly our tobacco farmers and tobacco producing provinces and local governments, which is also affected by the reduction of the collection of the excise tax from cigarettes. And they also led the efforts of BOC and BIR for their efforts in the raiding of illicit trades in warehouses. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Call on the PSA, Philippine Statistics Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair. In behalf of my ANS, I'm representing the Philippine Statistics Authority. So as we can say, the Philippine Statistics Authority is the official statistics for import data and export data. But we would like to clear that all the data that we have are only documented data that passes through the Bureau of Customs. The data we have is for official and only declared and cleared by the Bureau of Customs. So the PSA does not have any data on illicit trade regarding other, with all the other commodities that we have. Because our method is only coming from the declared import entry and export declaration that passes through the Bureau of Customs.
Thank you. Thank you for that. To DTI, any comments?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. For the DTI, our principal concern is on vapor products and heated tobacco products. And to assist in the curtailing illicit trade, last September, we have filed formal charges against, to date, it's already 28 formal charges representing about 41 brands of vapor products. With this action, we have seen a decline of illicit vapor products being sold in brick and mortar stores. Mostly the retailers have used the online selling, and we are actively coordinating with the platforms on taking down individual posts or individual pages of these online retailers on one aspect. But the other aspect is that the DTI is also purchasing as opposed to buyers for vape products on these online retailers, and we are developing we have found a web of suppliers, retailers,
And eventually, once we have finished gathering our data, we'll be coordinating with the DOJ and filing of criminal cases against retailers so that eventually we could find out who's the big suppliers of the illicit vapor products, Mr. Chair.
I asked my staff to buy because there's a excise tax difference between freebase and nicotine salt, diba? The nicotine salt is being taxed higher compared to freebase, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But if you, I asked my staff, but if you look at the two, there's no, from a layman point of view, and from a enforcement point of view, how do you know which one is nicotine salt and freebase? In fact, if you look at I was looking at this earlier, there's no mention of nicotine salt or freebase.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Currently, Mr. Chair, there are only 10 brands which we have issued valid Philippine standard licenses for the vapor products. And the PS license, the standard requires the declaration of whether the nicotine type used is freebase or salt nic. So I'm assuming, Mr. Chair, that what you have in your possession is an illicit vape brand that was not issued.
No, but
or
these
that's not part of
have
it.
no indication whether they're salt base or ito tinitingnan ko ngayon or free base. There's none. And if you look at the packaging, they're almost the same. Same shape, same circular bottle. The other one's obviously bigger, no, but they're almost the same.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The vape law requires us to look for 3 packaging requirements: the graphic health warning, textual health warning, and the internal revenue fiscal marking. But pursuant to vape law also, we released Philippine national standards for the registration of these vape products, which requires the indication of the nicotine type. So if what you have, Mr. Chair, does not state the nicotine type, we should, we will be issuing the necessary formal charges and notice of violation for that product or even the seller, and coordinate with the online platform where the seller is conducting its business.
Or what is the volume of importation for nicotine salt versus freebase?
I have no data on that, Mr. Chair, because what we have issued PSS, the registration on PS license, they are all freebase. So we still have
So all the licenses you issued is freebase.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
There's no nicotine salt.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Even though nicotine salt, based on the literature I read, is much more smoother. I don't use it, but yung comparison. It's much more smoother. It's less. I think it's easier to use. But then again, more people registered for freebase.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The cause for that is because the freebase tax rate is lesser.
Correct.
Yes.
But obviously, I bought a nicotine salt. It's available now.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So in other words, you issued all of your licenses to import freebase, but nicotine salt is available here in the Philippines.
These products, Mr. Chair, are, I agree, Mr. Chair, it's illicit, illegally imported products, Mr. Chair.
Correct. And they declare themselves as freebase, but well, in fact, they import nicotine salt because freebase is cheaper.
For those that we issued the licenses for, the tests required should declare the nicotine type. So we have recognized two laboratories in China, and part of the results that we require from them is the nicotine type.
Any data from BIR or BOC? How much? What volume are we? What volume are we seeing for nicotine salt and freebase? Do we have that information? Baka sa BIR meron.
Mr. Chair, as of now, we have no data here, but I think we can submit, Mr. Chair.
Just submit to us the data from BOC and BIR also, because here, this is the comparison you saw. For nicotine salt, it's smoother for the throat, faster nicotine absorption, less vapor production, as compared to freebase. So in other words, the quality for nicotine salt is much better. I would I'm not a user, but I based on the information that we got from the internet, it's supposed to be a much better use. But then again, DTI is saying to us that there is no license to import nicotine salt. Is that correct?
We have not issued any PS license for any importer or manufacturer on product that's using nicotine salt.
So that's also another loophole or another leakage, Attorney Asuncion, that we should be looking at, because it's quite perplexing that no one is importing supposedly nicotine salt, but it's available now in the market. And the reason for that is because freebase is much cheaper by 10 times compared to nicotine salt. So there's a problem, a leakage problem in the taxation between nicotine salt and freebase. No? And I heard earlier, I think it was is it from Mr. D or from Congressman Jericho, that we're the only country in the world that has a differentiation between nicotine salt and freebase. And because of that differentiation, we're now seeing technical smuggling. Technical smuggling can happen, or outright illicit trade can happen, or is happening.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's the tax rates on the nicotine typers beyond the DTI's mandate, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making a statement so that Attorney Asuncion can hear me while she's talking to the BIR. No. Any comments to that? Because the arbitrage is not working to our advantage, even though the intention is good and fair, but definitely it's not working to our advantage because nobody is importing nicotine salt, supposedly, but it's available here in the market.
Yes, sir. Actually, that's why we are consulting with the BIR, both the BIR and the BOC right now, because there are a number of products that are being sold in the market that are salt nic or nic salt. We are confirming with the BIR if there are collections from such products like Relax. And we've confirmed also with the Bureau of Customs that these are being imported into the Philippines. However, sir, they are relying on, of course, the DTI's issuance of PS certification. So if there are no PS certifications on these products, this should have not entered into the market.
That's why the first step is with DTI, diba? The PS certifications. But
Yeah.
right now, there is no certification for nicotine salt.
We have not issued the PS license, Mr. Chair.
So therefore, nicotine salt should not exist in the country. Tama?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. But again, no, this is probably illicit. Probably didn't go through the formal channels, or it's technically smuggled. They declared freebase, but it's they declared it as freebase, but it's nicotine salt. So again, let me flag the DTI, the BOC, the BIR with this phenomenon, with this issue. so that you can ask your enforcement teams to take a look at this. And also the DTI. Okay. What's the next? Ano? Tapos na ba tayo lahat? Did we cover everything? Oo. Pati yung resource persons, okay na. Oh yeah. I also just to give me comfort and validation that illicit trade is happening in our country, and it's also happening here in Metro Manila. Although the information that we got, it's more prevalent in Mindanao. I asked my staff to go to saan ba siya pumunta? Quiapo, here in Manila, to find to look for illicit cigarettes, and he did find illicit cigarettes in one of the sari-sari stores. Can you bring it up? Can you put it here? There. So I know Mr. The Best brought some brands, but my staff brought cases of illicit cigarettes. So it's not only, in other words, my point here is you can buy this anytime, a few blocks away from the Senate. No? Now, Quiapo is not so far from here. No? So you can buy all of these illicit cigarettes anytime, any quantity. No? Meaning you can buy cases and cases of illicit cigarettes. There is no... Even though my staff looks like he's below 18, but there's no validation of age. No, obviously there's no warning signs. There's no health graphic. Pictures. There's no stamps. There's no tax stamps in the cigarettes, and any quantity. You can buy at any quantity. And this is actually the on the slide is the sari-sari store that he bought this illicit cigarettes from. And we also found out that these are available in the internet. So if you go to Facebook Marketplace right now, you can buy all of these brands at any quantity as well in Facebook Marketplace. So that's why this is a validation, at least my personal validation, that this is happening even here in Metro Manila, just a few blocks away from the Senate. No? And these cigarettes escape taxation. They don't pay any taxes to us. They escape the Department of Health standards. They escape the DTI standards as well. So they're just coming in unabatedly here in our country, you know, and this is one of the reasons why we conducted this hearing, because this is definitely taking precious resources or precious taxes from our health programs. That's why earlier we want to establish that a large part of this 50% of the excise tax being collected goes to our health programs. And based on our estimate, slide 19, if you come up with, if you add all the illicit trade between cigarettes, heated tobacco products, and vapor products, the country is losing close to about 6.5, well, now it's about 50.1 billion pesos. And if you look at the trajectory in the next 3 years, the country will be losing about 65 or almost 70 billion pesos in terms of taxes. And because of the growth and what Mr. Silva mentioned earlier, the intensity of the illicit trade happening in our country. So, and I also acknowledge of course, the efforts of the BIR and the BOC. Almost every day they conduct raids and seizures, but the intensity is not going down. I heard earlier from Congressman Nograles, even after the raid next day, they will see the same products being sold in the same location. So aside from the enforcement, we should really think of other ways, maybe economic ways, in curbing illicit trade, because illicit trade is not doing the country any good. And my worry is this, the FNRI graph. Can you flash that? Ito. My worry is this graph that DOH showed earlier, that there's a reversal in terms of smoking prevalence. Here. This is what I'm worried about. We are already winning in terms of smoking prevalence. At the same time, winning in terms of tax collection. There's actually a win-win situation here. I like, win-win is the best. That's my favorite term. A win-win situation wherein smoking prevalence is going down, taxes collection is going up, but now it's reversed. We're now in a lose-lose situation because smoking prevalence is going up, tax collection is going down. So we have to analyze very carefully what happened, and that's why I am calling on the DOF, the DOH, the DTI, and the other enforcement agencies to take a look at this very closely and to analyze. In my opinion, enforcement is not enough. We have to look at the other ways or the other causes of illicit trade in our country. And we cannot do away with the economic theory of incentives because of the huge incentives between the prices of illicit cigarettes versus legitimate cigarettes. We're talking about 3 times. We cannot take away the fact that criminal syndicates are being incentivized because of this huge arbitrage between illicit cigarettes and licit cigarettes. So we have to analyze that very carefully. But I do acknowledge the comments of EER that should be correlated, that should be studied very carefully. So that's why we conducted this hearing, because we want to reverse this trend and hopefully increase again tax collection, at least stabilize tax collection because it's going down, at least stabilize it. And I thank Congressman Nograles for sharing us some best practices in Malaysia and in Singapore, which we will be taking a look and studying. I heard you make a statement that because of the same trends, they implemented a moratorium or at least suspension to stabilize the situation. So we're going to study that and look at that, whether that is applicable and appropriate for our country. But definitely right now we're seeing a reversal of the gains that we've seen in the last few years. So any more comments from the body? Yes, from
Mr. Chair.
DTI.
Mr. Chair, let me just correct my statement earlier. Because we recently issued PS licenses for at least 2 brands with nicotine salt.
Brands are those?
Relax and Phantom, Mr. Chair.
This is Lucius P.
That's part of our target
So it's
list.
not it's not in that approve.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Approve accreditation. No?
Yes,
This is
Mr.
a
Chair.
different brand. Attorney Nina is asking, are there pending applications for nicotine salt?
I will have to check, Mr. Chair, because currently there are 87 applications.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but if it's pending, then this brand should not be in the market, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right. Any more comments from the body, from our guests from the tobacco industry or from government agencies? Any more last comments? Yes, Mr. Oplas, go ahead po.
Thank you, sir. I think that one problem is government overreach. Kasi dapat ang bawal pumatay, bawal magnakaw, bawal mang-rape, abduction. Dapat hindi bawal yung, kasi kung bawal mag-UC, bawal ang dami. If government is too consistent with protecting people from themselves, then dapat pagbawal din ng government yung downhill cycling, no? Bawal just sky jumping, no? But wala namang pera doon pang hinuli mo yung nag-sky jumping, pero may pera pag hinuli mo yung mga smoking. So I think that there's double standard on the part of government overreach, no? Kaya yung that's why I think the part of the government funds agency, kung hindi nyo mahuli yung mga kawatan sa mga mamamatay tao, sa mga kidnapper, lalo pa yung hahabulin mo yung mag-yosi, magtinda-tinda ng yosi, di ba? Mga smuggler. I think when there's too much government overreach, no? I mean, government going beyond its classical function of protecting the people's right to life, right to private property, and right to liberty. Andun na yung government sa running casino, etc. I mean, government is becoming less effective in doing its job. So kaya yung smuggling share, people want cheap gasoline, cheap clothes, cheap food, etc. When you put too much, taxes, etc., it's going against human behavior. And I think to a certain extent, government is to blame. You're creating hindrance to human freedom, to have cheap food, cheap clothes, cheap gasoline, etc., by putting too many taxes and tariff. So I think government should step back on that function as well. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Attorney Tanche.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just wanted to clarify the statement earlier of the Philip Morris Group that there is no tax reduction. There is a real difference between nominal tax and real tax. And so if the tax rate remains flat because of the proposed moratorium, then therefore there is in essence tax reduction.
Because of inflation. Okay. All right. Any more comments from the body? Well, the objective of this hearing is to make sure that all taxes are collected and making sure that illicit trade is minimized. I say minimized because it's like I said, no, smuggling it's been in the Philippines time immemorial. But if we can minimize it through the conditions and the environment that creates it, then that's the best solution that we can make. Because I believe that the conditions in the environment also creates illicit trade. No? So we will study very carefully some best practices that were mentioned earlier. And we will also study very carefully what are the causes and what created the environment for this illicit trade to intensify. No? And if you look at the data earlier from Euromonitor, it's been there. No? Illicit trade has been there for the last decade, but it intensified for the last 2 to 3 years. No? So we want to curb that intensification. And we acknowledge the enforcement, and a lot of the suggestion also surrounds enforcement. For example, whole of government approach, devolving to local governments, even suggestion from the BOC on putting identification systems in the ships. Those are ongoing efforts, and those are suggestions that we will also make. But we have to also look at the incentives that creates illicit trade. No, if you put yourself as a criminal, no, in a syndicate, and you see your profit margin 2 or 3 times more, kahit mahuli isang shipment, panalo ka pa rin eh. No? Kahit mahuli 2 shipment, actually panalo ka pa rin. No? So because the profit margin is quite hefty. No? So we will look at that angle as well. But my main concern is the health concern. No? So if that reversal in terms of smoking prevalence is going to that illicit cigarette, going to the illicit trade or illicit cigarettes, then we have a big problem. No? Because instead of curbing smoking prevalence, our constituents is just substituting from legal cigarettes to illegal cigarettes, and that's not a good scenario. All right, Mr. Aranza, you want to?
Yeah, ang concern lang din namin, aside from itong sa cigarette is, there are so many companies na ho na nagsasara because of smuggling. It's an unfair competition that they cannot match. Kasi, for instance, cooking oil pay VAT, but here comes smuggled palm oil that aside from the fact that they're cheaper abroad, they don't pay the tax because they surreptitiously come into the country. So, for instance, based on the latest na pinatayan namin, we are losing about 251 billion pesos in value-added tax. And to have, this is 12%. And if you have a 12%, you must be losing, there must be about 3-point-something trillion goods that came into the country, competing unfairly with local industries. Katulad rin ng, and we are saddled, our members are saddled like the candy manufacturers, higher sugar, hindi pa pagbibigyan maka-import man lang ng cheaper sugar. So they are competing in abroad, but they are also having competition unfairly in their own base market. So yun ho ang worry namin because it happens sa tire companies, it happens sa glass, it is happening sa cylinder, and it is happening to other products ng ating bansa, especially coconut because that is basic in the number one net dollar earner for the country. And if we allow unfair competition to set in, we might be losing not only financial capability of government, but also industry and employment in the Philippines. Yun lang ho ang worry namin din. That's why we are working so hard to fight illicit trade in mga smuggling. Salamat po.
Thank you for that comment. Well, again, we thank everyone for your participation here in this hearing. And just as a final word, we want to request from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, the BIR, the names of rated corporations selling and manufacturing illicit tobacco and vape products, and also the status of the cases that you have filed in the past, and also data on the nicotine salt versus free-based tax payments, to the BOC, DTI, and BIR, data on volume of importation of nicotine salt and freebase in the Philippines. And then the Department of Finance, we want to get the official estimate value of revenue loss of all raids conducted on illicit trade of tobacco and vapor products, as well as the estimate on revenue loss in general for this topic. And the Department of Health study on tobacco and vapor smoking prevalence among adults for 2022 to 2025. Breakdown on the survey of tobacco use and smoking by sex for 2009, 2015, 2021. Analysis on tobacco smoking prevalence vis-a-vis tobacco sales and use. And then for the PNP, information on the personalities engaged in illicit trade and how they smuggle the illicit tobacco and vape products in the country. And we'll reach out to you, Euromonitor, on the methodology of their survey. And we'll email you the corresponding data request so that you have a guide on what to supply the committee with. No? So again, thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for participating, and thank you very much for being candid and open on this topic. Just for the record, there are other resolutions that were filed on the same topic, and this is PS Senate Resolution 1224, entitled "A Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committee to Conduct in Aid of Legislation on the Proper and Strict Implementation of Republic Act Number 11900, otherwise known as the Vaporized Nicotine and Non-Nicotine Products Regulation Act, and other relevant revenue measures following reports of persistent importation of illegal vapes and non-payment of required taxes," authored by Senator Tulfo, and PS Resolution 1243, authored by yours truly, entitled "A Resolution Directing the Appropriate Senate Committee to Conduct an Inquiry in Aid of Legislation on the Foregone Tax Revenue as a result of smuggling," baso ko nito, "of smuggling and illicit trade of excisable products." The other one is PS Resolution 566, authored by yours truly, entitled "Resolution Directing the Committee on Ways and Means to Conduct an Inquiry in Aid of Legislation on the Rising Incidence of Illicit Trade on Excisable Products in the end in view of abating the proliferation of illicit trade by introducing remedial legislation as may be necessary." So 3 resolutions for today's topic. So we will just suspend the hearing today, pending, subject to the submission of the required data and required information. And feel free to submit to us other information that will help us make recommendations to the executive branch. So maraming salamat. This hearing is hereby suspended. Thank you very much.